human and natural resources and unique capabilities, Edo State can become a first world economy regardless the surrounding environment. It will not be easy. Actually, it will be very, very difficult. But the Edo story so far tells us that we are not a state that lacks the capacity and the wherewithal to do extremely hard things. With our citizenship commitment, with visionary leadership, and with a collective mindset that a foundation for abundance has been created in Edo State, achieving a first world economy within today's Nigeria is not just a possibility or a dream. It is a challenge that we in Edo State must embrace. The word Alaghadaro, for those of our guests who are not familiar with the phrase, means progress, moving forward, or looking ahead. It is a word that must serve as a constant challenge to us, that the purpose of this summit is to continue to pull Edo State forward in spite of and because of the Nigerian state. The evidence of this possibility, and I want us all to listen carefully, is already here. In the last 8 years, Edo State grew 140% from an economy, and that's the fastest growth and best growth in that period in Nigeria. I conducted detailed data analysis to come to this because I wanted to be sure about what I was talking about. And I see the CEO of NESG looking at me very intensely. Yes, I checked. We grew by 140% in Edo State from an economy of 10.6 billion to today, our economy is 25.8 billion. And that is without Fola's plants coming into the economy, Mike's refinery coming into the economy. Those two were commissioned yesterday. And with those coming in, by the end of this year, I don't want to imagine what the figures would say. So, we can do it. In that same period, the Nigerian economy only grew 4%. So we grew 140%, Nigeria grew 4%. So Edo State can truly become a first world economy regardless of Nigeria. And that's what we must strive for. One other thing I want to say, the investments that have come to Edo State in the last 8 years, $4 billion and counting, have all been sourced from Nigeria with joint venture partnerships on a number of them, but they've been catalyzed from investors who are Nigerian investors. So we have the capacity and we have the will, and not all of them are Edo State citizens. They saw the attraction of coming into Edo State. Fola is from Ilesha. So as we go into today's summit, my challenge to us all is this: we must make outpacing Nigeria's performance a matter of course for Edo State. So as we deliberate, we must all think, how is Edo State going to outpace Nigeria? And for those of us old enough to remember, in the late 50s and in the early 60s, the regions of Nigeria pulled each other up. So that if we had continued at that pace, by 1975, Nigeria would have been a first world country. So Edo State must set forth at dawn to ensure that we go back to that, and Edo State will serve to pull the rest of Nigeria up. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to dream big and to plan big. We in Edo State must continue to show that here there is great hope for Nigeria that's going to start from here. This state has all that is required to point Nigeria out and drag it out of its unrealized potential and point it in the direction of greatness. Let that be our vision. So help us God. To make Edo State the development compass for Nigeria and a reference story for Africa and the black race. The shared civilizations that underpin the history of this state, from which its rich cultural heritage derives, were built by people who understood the purpose and proudly owned their place in history. We, today's generation, and those of us who live in Edo State and invest in Edo State and even just think of Edo State, we must own our own place in history. We must confidently step forward and drive Edo State purposefully forward until it is unequivocally the sub-sovereign of choice in this country for innovation, for investments, for creativity, for excellence, and ensuring a sustained enabling environment. Our citizens in Edo State, both individual and corporate, must truly be the happiest people in Nigeria. May God bless Edo State. I have no doubt whatsoever that because of our collective resolve, our hard work, and the example we show, the Federal Republic of Nigeria will also be blessed. I thank all our sponsors because I may not get this opportunity again. So I would like to do this from the bottom of my heart. Our sponsors have been our great partners in this journey. And without your immense support, particularly your money and your resources, there may have been no Alaghadaro Summit. So I thank you all most profusely. Thank you guys. Most of you are around here, and I truly thank you. And most of you have been with us for 7 years, and you funded Alaghadaro. Thank you very, very much. I would also like to thank my colleagues on the board. You have paid to serve, using your own money, your time, your intellect, and your resources in the service of our state. I'm truly grateful to each and every one of you, and for allowing me to kind of be the semi-leader of the group. Thank you so much. To Ifeco and our secretariat, hardworking folks, and to the volunteers, Nana and Co, I thank you all very much. I'm truly grateful. The work you do is what brings us here, year in, year out, and which ups the quality of what we produce. I thank everybody in this room again and again and again. And I look forward to great conversations. I'm hopeful that when I step out of this hall today, we will see a further compass to truly making Edo State the #1 state in Africa, not just Nigeria. And that one state, that's a first world country. Thank you all, and God bless you.
I think for a man that has done this consistently for the last 7 years, and every year keeps getting better, deserves a better applaud. Thank you very much. A great son of Edo, Dr. Aswe Igodalo Obilusa. Ladies and gentlemen, before I bring on board the keynote speaker, Edo is a land of rich culture. And I make bold to tell you there are 2 notable kingdoms in the world. The United Kingdom in England and the great Benin Kingdom, where you are now. A land where the king is truly king. Where the 40th Oba reigns on the throne of his forefathers. His Royal Majesty, Omonoba Nedo Ukwakolokpolo Oba Ewai II Ogidiga, Oba Tokbe. His Royal Majesty is being represented at this event by two very senior palace chiefs. Permit me to welcome the Obazelu of Benin, Chief Osaro Ida. Please make welcome. The Osayuwan Oba of Benin, Professor Chief Victor Ogie Igbineweka. Please make welcome. His Royal Highness Alhaji H. Momo Ikelebe III, the Otaru of Auchi. He's been represented by the Bagudu of Auchi, Alhaji Ijekume Z. Afe. Please make welcome. The Christian Association of Nigeria Edo States, immediate past chairman. We recognize the current apostle Omoike, and of course the immediate past chairman, my Lord Bishop Oyenode Kure. Please make welcome. Edo is a land where the people pray. And on the first week of every year, one woman that has taken upon herself to bring out Edo women to commit the Obaseki-led government and every sons and daughters of Edo to the hands of the Almighty. We call her Iye Moya. Pastor Dr. Mrs. Margaret Ogusa Agbonifo, the State Chairman, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Thank you for being here. We also acknowledge in our midst Reverend Ben and Pastor Mrs. K. Ben Ahigbe II. Thank you for being here. Reverend Dr. Mrs. Christy Ejemoran, we appreciate your presence. And of course, the entire 18 local government chairmen and chairpersons of Edo, they are here, led by the Argon chairman, Honorable Newman Ugiagbe. Please make them welcome collectively. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker, the President and Chief Executive Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote GCON, is the founder and president and the Chief Executive Officer of the Dangote Group, the largest conglomerate in West Africa. He's a graduate of the Al-Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt. He began his business career in 1978, trading in rice, sugar, cement, before he ventured into full-scale manufacturing. Today, it has become a household name all over the globe. Permit me to invite his able representative, one that has been with that group, the Dangote Group, since 1990 and has held several positions within the Dangote Group. Today, since 2018 till date, is the group managing director of the Dangote Group, a seasoned banker, a security expert, and of course, a renowned strategist. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome to deliver the address of the keynote speaker on his behalf, Olakunle Alake, the GMD, Dangote Group. Your hands together for him, please. Welcome to Edo. Please, let's warmly make him welcome to Alaghadaro Progress.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All existing protocols observed, if I'm permitted to do that. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to express Alhaji Aliko Dangote's apologies for not being here. He had to go to Saudi with the president on a summit with the Saudi government. As indicated, my name is Olakunle Alake. I'm the managing director of Dangote Group. We're going to talk very briefly on Edo State, and I must first of all indicate that I'm also half Edo, and so whatever you hear me talk about is not necessarily just Alhaji Aliko's point of view, but from my own point of view. So I'm coming home and to speak about Edo State. I'm going to talk about two things about Edo State: agriculture and agro-processing, and tourism. I think the essence of bringing the captains of industry here, as my brother indicated to us, is essentially to identify what are the opportunities in Edo State and basically look at how we can come in to partner with the government to improve on the economy of Edo State. With a young population, a rich agricultural landscape, and a natural resource advantage, how can Edo, a sovereign, weather the storm and use its abundant resources to establish itself as a first-class economy and possibly, and more importantly, rival Lagos? I'm also half Lagos. As the popular saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. Nonetheless, a plethora of opportunities can be realized with excellent potential and effective strategy. Edo State is blessed with huge resources. Natural resources such as limestone, hydrocarbons, marbles, and a very rich arable land are among the resources available in Edo State. With the two main producers of palm oil in the state, Okomo Oil PLC and Presco PLC, there's a developing cluster of agro-allied investment as well as what we can get from the market. Edo State has a youth population that is lively and prosperous with continuous demand for food. Its status as a significant provider of food to other regions of Nigeria presents new opportunities for agricultural expansion in the state. Harnessing the new growth opportunities requires significant new private sector investment in agriculture. Large-scale private investors' agricultural investments add significant value because they go beyond the production of raw materials and involve the processing of yield into final goods. Aside from extending the shelf life of agricultural products, processing adds value, jobs, linkages, and returns. Processing will create jobs for the teeming youth. Other areas the state could benefit economically from is the revitalization of the Gele Seaport project. The location of the state provides the opportunity of being a hub for transshipment of goods from Lagos to other parts of the country. I've always wondered that for a long time, the issue of ports in the southeast, south have been an issue in Nigeria. We've all concentrated using the port in Lagos. But I also know that there's a huge opportunity, and I've been having some discussion with some people around making Edo, which is central to Nigeria, to be able to harness the issue of moving goods from Apapa into this area and from this area to the other parts of Nigeria. There is a talk around that. I can assure the Edo State people that very soon that dream will come to fruition. In terms of tourism, we all know how rich the culture of Edo State is. We know the long-standing relationship between Edo and the Europeans and those who've come all the way to take whatever we have here. And thankfully, we are getting some of them back. The state boasts of its many tourism attractions and historical landmarks. These include the historical palace of the Benin monarch. The Royal Palace of the Oba of Benin is a UNESCO designated World Heritage Site, and that will attract people to come into Edo State. Benin City, its capital, has a history of being one of the foremost destinations of European explorers traveling through Africa both before and after the colonial era. The state capital is well known for its distinctive bronze, brass, and ivory works of art, which are found in museums all over the world. These historical experiences make the state endowed with potential for travel and tourism, including several colonial flashpoints. The Somorika and Opeke Hills, two beautiful tourist sites, are the undulating hills that define the northern half of the state. Every year, the Okekwe sites host the Okeke Mountain Race, which brings together elite runners from across the globe with local recreational and upcoming runners to foster a competitive environment. It has become a tourist haven if properly, it can become one if properly harnessed. Now, my colleagues here that have come with me from Lagos and probably Abuja and Port Harcourt are looking at coming into Edo State to make investments. So they will want to understand what is the need for them and how is it going to be for them to come to Edo State. So we talk about the ease of doing business in Edo State. What do we want? Ease of doing business is a major factor in attracting investment. The goal of the state should be to make doing business easier. Bottlenecks such as double taxation must be stopped, as well as unlawful collection of taxes and the operations of touts on main thoroughfares, both inside and outside the state capital. Infrastructure plays a major role in the ease of doing business. Public-private partnership provides a means for rapid improvement in infrastructure. Road infrastructure development and refurbishment investment tax credits should be tapped into by the state government in partnership with private sector. Let me just talk a bit on that. You would have noticed that there is some talk around this particular scheme established by the federal government. And we've seen that in all the roads that have been marked under that scheme, Edo State is still not on that map. But I can assure you that immediately Edo State gets involved in that map, I think Dangote will be one of the few companies that will come around to help develop those roads. So it's a challenge to the Edo State government to ensure that they participate in that scheme. And I think to a larger extent that will help, because most of your roads are federal roads, and therefore you need to just get involved and get them to do it. Edo State must work towards providing incentives for businesses to invest or deepen their investment in the state. Ease of land acquisition and processing of titles. Working with the federal security agencies to assure security of lives and property. We all know that that's a major issue in Nigeria. People like to come, but what about the security of their assets, their lives? While we know that security is in the hands of the federal government, I think it's important that the states also get involved to ensure that there is security of life and property. The state must provide a secure and stable environment, which is crucial for businesses to thrive. Key elements include a robust regulatory framework and information from government entities that is accessible and transparent. Human resource is of great importance, and the availability of skilled labor is vital. Attention should be given to technical and vocational education. It is paramount that the state documents investment opportunities by enriching platforms such as the Restore Edo Initiative platform and provide incentive for potential investors. We also know that it's important that the state generates revenue. And one of the key areas we'd like them to touch on is to grow the tax revenues. Tap gap closure reforms must be implemented. Unlawful collection of taxes, which are forms of informal taxation, must be eliminated. These taxes collected by touts are channeled into personal pockets and not government coffers. The internal generated revenue of the state will increase with proper and modernized tax management and will encourage voluntary tax payment by self-employed individuals. In all these, we need to discuss the issue around the safety, the social safety nets. Cooperative and thrift societies are to be encouraged. These societies have a mechanism for disbursement of loans and repayments from their members. Such groups serve as excellent channels for providing soft loans to vulnerable members of the society. The state can introduce an agricultural credit scheme through agricultural cooperative societies. They can also allocate farmlands to these societies for animal husbandry and crop farming. Provide improved seeds, fertilizers, and animals at subsidized rates, as well as farm agricultural extension services, which can include collaboration with insurance providers to offer micro-insurance services to the farmers. I think I'll round up this speech by basically talking about the opportunities we see in Edo State. As Dangote, we have a plant in Edo State. We've attempted to set up a fertilizer plant here. But I can say that we are interested in agro-processing. Because for me, that is one advantage Edo State has over every other state in Nigeria. The one that is closer to you is the Benue Plateau axis. But because traditionally you do have farmland, you have people who actually, farming is their mainstay. You have the opportunity to harness those opportunities. And all we're waiting for is to encourage the small scale, grow them into cooperatives, and give us the opportunity to harness the products that come from those farms and process them. We've had the two major oil producing companies in Edo State, Opomo and Presco. The question is, have we gone beyond just that? What are the other things that can come out of those products? We are yet to harness the opportunities. There must be the enabling environment for people who want to go into agro-processing. It's not a lot of money, but it's money that is sufficient to deepen the economy of Edo State. The last point is around the carbon footprint. There's a lot of talk about that. I think it's important that Edo State also looks at that as an issue. One of the ways to look into the future will be to push for the use of renewable energy sources by encouraging the use of CNG for industries, vehicles, encouraging the use of LPG for domestic purposes, and adopting measures to deter deterioration. We wish Edo State and the people of Edo State the best. We believe that we are currently partners to Edo State and will continue to be partners, and look forward to other engagements. Thank you all.
Our most sincere appreciation. I'm sure our next panel, the first plenary for today, will begin to answer some of these questions and show the charts for the opportunities into the future that we create together. Our moderator for this first plenary, discussing a unique investment destination, please receive Mrs. Uwa Osa Obo as she comes forward. She is the head corporate development at Capital Alliance Nigeria, a member of the African Capital Alliance Group. She's an investment professional through and through, and discussing investments today, steering the conversation of investments today is definitely her forte. She sits on the board of various organizations, including Africa Venture Philanthropy Alliance, Impact Investors Foundation of Nigeria, and the African Leadership Initiative, amongst others. She's seated now. Please appreciate her presence once again. Mr. Michael Simmer is already seated right next to her, serial investor. Many of us were with him yesterday when he led us to the Edo Refinery and Petrochemicals Company, where he sits as chairman. a seasoned investor, banker, and more. We welcome you, sir. Please appreciate his presence. Also seated very comfortably is Mr. Tabor Ozo, who is the Group Executive Project at Saro Africa International, where he has been within this group for over 20 years in various areas of supply chain, manufacturing, and more. Sir, we say welcome this morning. Alhaji Sadiq Kasim is already seated comfortably as well. If your hands are free, please appreciate this gentleman who has served Nigeria in various capacity, especially in the area of textile and the textile value chain. We say thank you for being here. And of course, Mr. Kazim Oladipo, right behind me, IHS Active Services Subsidiary Head, Global Independent Connect Limited. We're speaking to his angle of the uniqueness of Edo State as an investment destination. Madam Moderator, with your permission, I hand over to you for the next 60 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your gracious introduction and welcome. I'd like to stand on existing protocols, if you don't mind, but I'll say good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency and our royal fathers. I think this panel was fitting after the keynote, address. Yesterday we went around some of the communities, and Anenoke made a statement which resonated. He said, we have a governor who is in a hurry to develop. And it was a very simple statement, but it resonated. Maybe because he used the word hurry, And indeed, this is a state that is firing argument. That arm that ensures that the public service is positioned to serve the people. And maybe to some extent, the arm that helps, de-risk investment and funding, just as much as is required while producing, and enabling, the environment. And obviously, it's the arm that provides public goods, as we know. But there's the other arm. And if that arm is not invited, if that arm refuses to deal or to take, then, this arm will be left, frankly, stranded. And it's that arm we are here to talk about today, and that's the private sector. Can you give an applause to the gentlemen on the stage with me? Because their business, or their businesses, are an example of those entrepreneurs who have decided to take the state on its word. And they have invested in the state. And what we want them to come and speak to us today is their experience, in investing in the state, and why others ought to follow, in the near course in the future. So I'd like to kick off, by simply asking them for some opening remarks. I think that each of the gentlemen will have about 3 minutes each to tell us a bit, about what your business is, why you came to the state, and just a bit about your experience so far. We'll delve into questions, hereafter. I'd like to start with Mr. Mike Osiben next to me. Thank you.
Very much. Like she had kicked off the session, I stand on existing protocol. My name is Michael Osibe. I'm chairman of Federal Refinery, and basically, I'm very happy I'm here because of what the environment, business environment, the government of Obasaki has created. Basically, this modular refinery was not really supposed to be in Edo State. My partner and I have surveyed various locations, and as I was coming back to Benin, I stopped by to meet the governor. And I asked the governor, what are you guys doing? And he said, I told him why we are here. He said, Mike, you are from Edo State. This refinery must be in Edo State, and I will give you whatever support you need. We thought he was joking. The following day, he called us, and before we knew it, said, I want you to fast-track this refinery. We know people have tried to set up modular refinery. I think there are about 60 licenses of modular refinery that have been given. Only 5 of the modular refinery are working. And to show what the governor had done, out of the 5, the 40% of it, which is 2, are in Edo State. So for us and for our Chinese partners, to be sure, everybody knows that the governor is very sure, to be sure that what he's committed to what he's doing, the governor embarked on his own of our partner in China. And that due diligence resulted in our partner making commitment to the governor that apart from supporting us in building the refinery, they were also going to support capacity building in terms of partnering with the university in Edo State. So that made our partners very happy, and when we got the allocation to Edo, I would also like to mention here that by the time we were doing the construction, it was COVID time, but we had an excellent relationship with the community, and to the extent right now, Olubu is actually becoming an energy hub, where you have the power plants, where you have the ethanol plants, and in our meeting about 3 weeks ago in China, I got to understand that a caustic soda plant is also being built in Edo State. So these stories can't happen if you don't have the enabling environment. So Mr. Governor, I would like to thank you that in the past 7 years, you have built institutions that will be self-sustaining even when you leave. This institution will support in the development and attracting business to Edo State. So for us, in Edo refinery, we have completed the refinery. We're working. We have our challenges in terms of infrastructure and crude supply. But all what have encouraged us is the support we have from Edo State, and in making sure that any challenges we have, a phone call can help us solve the problem. And one of the unique things the governor, the Edo State government have also done is in terms of title for land, because for any investor, title to land is very, very important. And within 1 month, when we purchased our land, we got our CFO without even making a call to the governor. So what that translates to is that over the past several years, the present administrations have built institutional structures that are seamless, and so that any investor coming in don't have to know anybody. You just ask, come into the investment office, and they will support you in meeting all the challenges. So, Mr. Governor, I would like to thank you for creating the enabling environment that will build a solid foundation for productivity in Edo State. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Osimhen. Now, Mr. Mike Osimhen is the chairman, Edo Refinery and Petrochemicals Company, just in case we missed it earlier on. I'd like to move to the next person, seated next to him, Mr. Kazim Alaghadaro. He is the Vice President IHS. And President, if you could please, again, for about 3 minutes, tell us about your investment.
Thank you. I will also start with keeping existing protocols. IHS is Africa's largest infrastructure company. In fact, we're the 4th largest telecom infrastructure company in the world. It's a Nigerian company, started in Nigeria and has grown into 12 countries in Africa and Latin America. We build towers. That's what most people know us for. Well, we also build fiber optic infrastructure. We build data centers, and we support telcos to deliver services to consumers. Without us, essentially, you would not have telephony services or wireless network. 3 years ago, we started to look at where we thought and felt sincerely that there were gaps in infrastructure. The government had a 96,000 kilometers fiber network build objective, which we felt strongly that we could support. But the big challenge was getting beyond the licenses and funding, getting the local stakeholders, particularly the states, to come on board and support the initiative. So operators were not building because the cost of build was humongous. And about 70% of that cost in most cases were fees and charges that state governments and local governments were collecting to implement the build. So we're looking for allies. And a phone call from an old friend who used to work with the governor came through and he said, I understand you guys are building infrastructure. Why are you not building Edo? So we came over, we had a conversation. He told us what's the size. He said we're looking to connect everything in Edo State. If you give us the opportunity to do. And we want to do it to demonstrate to other states in the country that this can be done. If you find the right partners, it can be done. And he asked me, so what does the state get? He said, we will provide digital infrastructure across every nook and crannies in those states, which will help you to facilitate entrepreneurship, innovation, e-governance, and also help you to develop the attractiveness of the state to investment for enterprises and businesses. How long is it going to take? I said 9 months. He said, can you do it in 6 months? We can't do it in 6 months. It's trenching across multiple roads, breaking ground, building towers, building small pockets of data centers to do it. So we started. 1 year later, today, we've done 1,300 kilometers of fiber in Edo State. We've connected everywhere within this state. For every home, for every estate, within a 100, 200 meters range, you can connect to fiber infrastructure, which is the core network that you need for connectivity. In addition to that, the state government on its own decided to work with us. Say, okay, beyond just creating the hub, why don't you also help us create active network services? So then we started to talk about communities that are outside of the frontier locations. These are unconnected, totally unconnected locations, the villages, the hinterlands, where people do not have services today. Because there's so much mobile networks across the country, people think that there are people who don't have access to telecom services. There are about 36 million Nigerians who can now make phone calls to. So we spoke to the government and they said, can you find me a solution that can bring some of these small communities with 2,000 people, 500 people, that we can connect them, provide minimum basic services to them. We spoke to our partners. We delivered a solution that costs about 20% of what it costs to put a standard base station. And the state gave us 40 locations with land and connectivity. And about 36 of those locations have been connected today. So, I mean, for us, the partnership is very exciting. Edo State today is the single most connected state in Nigeria, beyond Lagos. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Thank you so much, Kazim. We'll move right away to Alhaji Sadiq Hassan. He's a Group ED, Wakot Limited. So please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Fertilizer Chemicals Company. First of all, salute the foresight of past leaders for establishing that keynote speaker would testify here that Nigeria is actually a net producer of and exporter of fertilizers. And it can be self-sufficient as it is right as being importers. That's a big change in the way of changing to net exporters of urea. And so what happened is the Edo fertilizer production has been dead. And the governor invited us to come and take it over and key into the federal government presidential fertilizer initiative, which we keyed into. And in the last 6 years, 7 years, Edo Fertilizer has been able to, first of all, do an upgrade of over 500 million naira upgrade, plant upgrade. We've been able to produce over 80,000 metric tons of NPK fertilizers locally. We've been able to buy raw material to the tune of above 5 billion naira, and our sales turnover has been above 15 billion in the last 7 years. This is all from Edo. Now let me also mention the uniqueness of Edo Fertilizer. It might be from the brief that has been put on the Alaghadaro profile. It's a boutique fertilizer plant. 60,000 metric tons is quite small. But however, it is the only compound blending plant in the country. Being the only compound blending plant made it unique for us to be able to now serve those places that have not been accessible to the rest of fertilizer blenders in the country. For instance, the Northeast. Because of the insurgency in the Northeast, it is very difficult to allow other fertilizers to go to the Northeast because of the tendency for insurgents to use some of the fertilizer to make explosives. But for us, being the only fertilizer plant that can do wet blend, we are the ones permitted to do it and take it to the north. So these are some of the enjoy a unique opportunity to sell fertilizer from Edo to the rest of the country, and in particular to the northeast. We have also been able to key into the presidential fertilizer initiative. It is actually by virtue of that today Edo Fertilizer is the president of the Fertilizer Producers and Suppliers Association, for which I am privileged to be the president today. I think I owe that to the state government for supporting us and giving us that opportunity. That's it.
Thank you so much, Sadiq. So, he's the Group Executive Projects, Sarah Africa International. Tagwell, 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. All protocols observed. So yes, on the Group Executive Projects, I'm currently the person or the one building the Green Hills ethanol plant, which has been much talked about. Neutral alcohol is actually a joint venture between two companies, Sarah Africa International and the Mohinani Group. All right, these two companies came together to set up this Green Hill. The opportunities for this, of course, became obvious after this company or these investors sought for land to be able to cultivate the feedstock. industries and cleaning and so on and so forth, as well as CO2. CO2 is the gas used by the beverage manufacturers in the Cokes and Sprites and so on and so forth. So that's also a very commercially relevant product. The project is also designed to be very sustainable. Socially, we can talk about that subsequently, socially, economically, and environmentally. Alongside, it has one of the most unique, the best effluent treatment system found in any ethanol plant currently in Nigeria. All right? It produces natural gas likewise, and this plant should be able to subsidize its intake and consumption of natural gas by at least 20%. The plant runs on natural gas itself, and about 20% will produce internally, which of course makes it a much more green project and a much more environmentally friendly project. So that is it in a nutshell, and we thank the governor, we thank the government of Edo State for this opportunity to be here, and we expect to be able to talk about this more in the program.
Thank you so much, Taiwo. Thank you. So I'll ask a couple more questions and then we'll go to the audience. I'd like to kick off with Sadiq. You know, and probably speak to the mindset of an investor who is asking himself, do I trust the state government? Do I trust enough to put my money here? PPPs have been notorious in Nigeria in terms of government defaults. And here you were, you took up an asset, a latent or at least a suboptimal asset, I'm sure of the state that the asset was in. What kind of thinking did your company go through in order to make this decision, to invest?
Thank you very much. I think the first issue here is that of trust. Is that of trust for the people behind the government. I say this without any fear of contradiction. The governor is a man who has built his reputation on that. So we could take that to the bank in the first instance. The second is the fact that as a private sector organization, what we are really very keen about is setting the records straight, putting all the necessary checks. Yes, we know, for instance, every cycle of election or government would be a maximum of 8 years. So you need to have all the checks set out within that time frame so that both of you would have put together, let's say, milestones to be achieved, maybe targets that need to be done. And then, for instance, for me, we felt that we do not want to take over the state asset as it is at that time because it would send the wrong signals, even for the governor himself. So the first thing is, can we operate it and run it profitably to contribute and then showcase it for others to see? Then afterwards, we'll get to that next level. Part of the standing agreement we've had is already taken care of by all the legal things that have been put in place, where the investments we have done are covered and protected. The state government acknowledges that. And because we are keen into a federal government initiative, there is also the look at what would be our contribution to the state and to the nation. This is very important and is critical. We have done our little bit. Like I said, the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative has delivered its mandate over the last 7 years. Because if I look at of imported raw material that we would need to produce to serve Africa.
Thank you so much. So you trusted and then the paperwork followed. But the first thing was you trusted. Thank you. Kazim, I'd like to come to you now. IHS, you've talked about Edo State and you used the word when you and I spoke 3 days ago. You said by far the most connected state in the country. How has this affected the lifestyles and the livelihoods of the people based on anecdotes or things you know in the communities where you
and I maintain my by far. We have done about 10,500 kilometers nationwide in 3 years. if Edo accounts for 1,003 of it, I think that's humongous. And that's not even counting what the state has done. So in terms of connectivity per capita, this state is maybe 3 times better than the next best states close to it, and that's a big deal. Now, just in terms of what technology brings, I think by and large, it provides an opportunity for the states to unlock access to digital service.
To do petrol, wants to make further investment to the refinery that wants to do petrol because of. So we are currently discussing with our technical partners right now in putting a financing package in place for us to increase Edo refinery from this present capacity of 1,000 and take advantage of the crude, which is just 100 meters from the current refinery for us to be able to do crude. So it will be very profitable for us because the pipeline is just 100 meters far away. It makes the logistics of sourcing crude very, very easy. So we are looking at that right now.
Thank you. And the community have been supportive.
Yeah, actually, the community have been extremely supportive. And I also like to mention here, during COVID, when the country was locked down, the community actually created a security network for us. We didn't have to get security from outside. They ensured that they interacted with us and encouraged us to do whatever we want to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to go to Tagbo for, again, the final question in this round. I'm an Edo woman, and we don't joke with our eba and our starch. So when you told me that you were taking cassava, I thought, oh, how will this affect the average Edo? I also want you to talk about the opportunity.
I won't quote exact figures, but in the of liters of ethanol from the beginning. Okay, subsequently, it will be expected to produce even more. The cassava requirement is expected to, of course, increase, and we may not be able to continue to produce this alone. We will rely on third parties, or small players, medium, micro farmers to be able to produce and support this input of cassava. And so that's the one area in which, of course, clearly we're not displacing, rather will support the growth of such farmers. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I'd like to pause at this time so we can hear from members of the plenary. Do you have any questions for any of our panelists? Yes, there is a question here. So we'll take a few questions and then we'll round up. Please, Israel, yes.
Very respectfully, Your Excellency is here seated. Kindly permit me to proceed on the already established protocol and also to extend my greetings to the revered monarch. Oba Tokbe. Sir, thinking out of the box, jurisprudentially, all these wonderful presentations, in the event of carrying out the dream, or for the furtherance of these your ideologies, I think roads is of great essence. You are aware from authorities that the governor has on several occasions attempted to fix and ameliorate the dirty nature of federal roads, but his efforts were frustrated by some persons who have negative intentions, politically
Is this a question?
I'm coming to a question. I'm doing a question. What efforts have you done, or don't you think it would be right for you to, as private persons, non-partisan, help facilitate and align or liaise with the federal government to fix these roads, since the governor is being frustrated because of political motivation? That's my humble question.
Thank you so much. Let's take more questions. I'll come to you, Sarah and Tagbo, for that. Sarah Africa and Tagbo for that. Any other questions? Okay, we have a question from the gentleman to the right of the hall at the back, please. There's someone there with a question, please.
This is engineer Akemokwe Lukman, the publisher of the Bullets of the Harmless Rabbit.
Okay.
I'm a chemical engineer, and I listened very carefully to the Saro Farms person. And I was there yesterday, and I was really, really amazed. Now, what came to my mind is, in producing this ethanol from cassava, I suspect that the water that is extracted out of it is what is used. The question that came to my mind is, in our local production of gari, we usually extract this water out of the cassava and fry the rest. Then I looked at two opportunities. After extracting the water of ethanol, what do you do with the chaff? Can it be processed into gari? Then the second opportunity I'm looking at is, if somebody sets up a system where you buy all this liquid that our women usually take out of cassava to empower our women. These are the two.
Question. We'll take a third question. And probably one more after that.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback off a question the moderator asked. And as an investor, as an entrepreneur, one of the biggest questions the investor community asked me from Boston is, how do you trust the government? We have here a great, amazing governor that's very forward-thinking, that has a great vision. But one of the questions, one of the worries as you sign agreements, and something the same the moderator asked, one of the biggest worry as you sign agreements with the current government is the new government comes in, there's an opportunity to kind of try to either intervene with that agreement. I know there's an agreement that was signed with...
If you could please ask the question.
Yes, I'm asking the question. So the real question is, how do you convince your board? When you sit in a board meeting, how do you convince your board and the investor community that yes, this agreement that you have is sustainable for the long term? So that's the first question. How do you do that? That's the question I get. We are currently right now
Anybody else? Ahead of service, please, yes.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, all other protocols duly observed. Just to add to the comment regarding what the deployment of fiber optics has done, its impact on those state people. I was just going to add that today, Edo State government, the governance in Edo State has moved completely from paper to paperless. And that is because of the deployment of fiber optics, the deployment of broadband that Edo State government has invested in. And that's why today, every single state worker, whether he goes away from here or even go abroad, he can work. And so he's no longer limited by space in terms of being able to render services to the people. I thought we should mention that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think we will stop now with the questions so we have enough time to respond and make our closing remarks. So I'll ask Sadiq to please handle the question on roads, because I know that development in the state and that the state government has tried, pretty hard.
So what are we doing as a private sector operator to overcome that challenge? That's a tough one. I think every one of us as private sector always comes with this mindset that there are challenges in the Nigerian economy and you key into that. Some of them you turn into opportunities, but you just have to do something. You can't be dampened in terms of your enthusiasm to continue to operate because you see a window. Like I said, Edo Fertilizer is uniquely positioned. We take our imported raw material from One. The rest of the industry is all up-country. So I have an advantage in terms of delivery of raw material. And then I process. And then I have a unique opportunity to send my product to the Northeast. Regardless of where it is, I just have to get to the Northeast. And the Northeast would have to take my price for that. However, I think the person who made the contribution says, how do we support the Edo State government to leverage on our also connections and contacts with the federal government to tell them. I think the keynote speaker had mentioned an issue which is very critical. This issue of identifying economic roads or economic infrastructure that the road tax credit scheme can be this, and I believe the keynote speaker said if that is done, they would be the first to key into it in Edo. And I believe to just advance the argument, the road from One going to the north part of the country passes through Edo, and it's a key economic road, as key as the Port Harcourt, Lagos, or Lagos, Ibadan to the north. So we need to quickly have the state government identify that, make the business case for it, and present it, and then have companies or operators who would want to take it as a road tax thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that response. It has to be a joint effort to tackle the federal government down. Tango, please, if you could look at the waste issue. And I do know you have something around roads and how you got a tax credit. So you have, very briefly, 90 seconds to address both.
Fine. Just to add to what is just mentioned, Green Hills right now is involved, has been involved, or the investors in Green Hills have been involved with the Edo State in a tax credit scheme that has enabled construction of a road from Sapele Road, about 3.5 kilometers of Sapele, up Sapele Road. That's based on this tax credit scheme. So, of course, it's a good opportunity for if Dangote is also looking to leverage that, okay, to make a difference in the larger scheme of things in the road infrastructure. Roads are very important, of course, to our project, because we mentioned that a lot of our cassava will be coming from a waste. That's quite distant. This cassava must not be beyond 48 hours when it gets to the plant, otherwise to begin to generate. So the roads are very important to us. What we're also looking at doing is also to mitigate, at the moment, from the outset, as quickly as possible, the effects of the road. And that helps support the Edo State program. It doesn't affect the viability of the businesses or the investment in the state. By looking into how we can dry the cassava instead from the sources. We can have dry cassava chips instead of wet cassava. It will reduce the weight, to reduce haulage, reduce cost, and help the sustainability of our business. Okay? So that's regarding the roads. Now, on the other question had to do with the waste. We call it spent mash. When the cassava is milled and processed, used to is fermented to produce the ethanol, there's waste, solid waste, apart from the liquid waste, which we treat with the effluent treatment. This solid waste is rich in protein, actually, and is a very good material for feeds. It's a good additive for feeds, marine feeds, poultry feeds, piggeries, and so on and so forth. So that is what we intend to do with this. We're also looking to involve community players, small businesses, in being able to distribute and carry these products to sell for that. It becomes part of the value chain, okay? And a waste product coming out of the plant, contributing to the livelihood of other players, other investors in the community. Thank you.
I think the challenge was to change the entire ecosystem in the state.
Exactly.
So extend it beyond your company, even to the smallholder farmers.
Precisely.
So, Uncle Mike, the board, how do you convince boards to bring in money? You know, looking at government and the exchanges, the fact that the baton has to be passed.
Very much. I think for most investors, what's attracted to a location is consistency of government policies. And over the 7 years, we've seen consistent government policies actually putting processes and structures in place to break the regular bureaucratic bottlenecks that delayed investments, because those frustrations and what the present administration have done, they've kind of created a level playing field, and that has made us very, very comfortable in forging ahead in doing business in this environment. So the institutional structures the government has set up, especially the investment office, where you have people, if you have challenges of whatever you want to do, you can talk to them, and they can help you talk to a one-stop where you can talk to various government departments and all the challenges that we have, and that has made us very, very comfortable in doing business here.
Thank you. So the public service is the key. Empower and institutionalize processes and capacity in the public service, and then continuity is possible. Finally, let's go to Kazim. CSR.
You will make me talk about something that IHS doesn't like to talk about. We're very publicity shy on CSR. But I'll say a few things. First, we're Africa's largest contributors to UNICEF Fund, and part of what we have contributed to that exercise or initiative, a significant part of it has been expended in Edo State over the past 5 years. I think most importantly during the COVID era. But by and large, the infrastructure pitch that we have done in Edo State is 50% CSR. Where states has asked us for X, we've provided X plus Y, just to ensure that the project is successful and it can be done. We've also provided our infrastructure to the state for some specific services that I dare not talk about on this forum, which continues to help the states to manage security and provide safety for people across the states. Going forward, we understand that the state is trying to, or plans, and actually is designing an initiative to connect tertiary institutions, 48 of them. We're also going to provide international connectivity. Beyond the fiber that we're building, we're bringing services from upstream providers so that the kids in the high schools can have access to digital knowledge that are sitting outside of the shores of Nigeria, or be connected to other institutions in Nigeria where they can have access to the area of facilities and knowledge-based utilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the challenge to stakeholders of the state is that as these businesses do better, obviously the budget for CSR will grow. So let's support them in doing better. I don't think we can take any more questions, and I'd want a closing remarks. I'm told we don't have time for that. So I'd like to round up this panel, just with a bit of a tidbit. I remember yesterday, this question of sustainability came up when I was with a group of people, and a gentleman gave a very simple answer, and no pun intended. He simply said, God win. In other words, that God will win for Edo State. So we do believe that in terms of sustainability, the powers that be will have mercy on the state. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for these wonderful panelists and of course the moderators? I'll invite the excellencies, the current and former governors to please join to take pictures on behalf of all of us. So you can step forward. The excellencies will join you, yes. Let me quickly welcome all service commanders, and in particular, the AIG Zone 5 Benin, Arungwa, Uwanzwe, Udo, MNI. Thank you for being here. We welcome the Chief Finance Officer of First Bank, representing the Managing Director of the bank, Dr. Adeshola Adetunta, Mr. Patrick Yamabo. Thank you so very much for being here. Renowned economist, Professor Pat Utomi. Thank you also for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please appreciate these amiable panelists with your excellencies. Pictures don't lie. Thank you very much indeed. You may please resume your seats as I invite the next plenary, the moderator and the panelists, walking the talk from opportunity to reality. We have a good story to tell in Edo. To moderate this plenary, I'd like to invite Vivian Shobo-Mrs., FCA, MBA. She's an accomplished professional with a distinguished career in the financial industry. She currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of FVS Advisory Partners, a boutique consulting firm specializing in providing advisory services for businesses, investors, and debt capital. In this capacity, she works to support heritage initiatives and creative professionals across the sub-region and to drive a new global appreciation of African arts and material culture through archaeological research, conservation, exhibition, and outreach. She holds a degree at University College London. Your hands together for her, please. Next, ladies and gentlemen, our own Mr. Greg Ogbaifun, the chairman, Benin Port Project Technical Committee, a committee saddled with the responsibility of birthing the legacy Benin Port Project here in Edo State. He's the chairman, board of directors of Stars Investment Company Limited, an indigenous marine logistics company rendering services in the upstream oil and gas industry to both international and local oil companies. He's a qualified marine engineer with a first-class combined certificate of competency, a member of the British Society of Marine Consultants and Ship Surveyor, a member of the American Society of Naval Architects and Marine Engineers, a fellow of Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Directors, and as well as a pioneer president of the Ship Owners Association of Nigeria. He's married with his wife, Victoria, and together they are blessed with 8 children, 2 of which are already mariners. Like father, we next invite our own is Sibebe White. She's an accomplished, passionate, and dedicated social entrepreneur and senior consultant in social development with more than 20 years of extensive experience in government and non-governmental organization, partnership, entrepreneurship, community advocacy, and engagement. She's the founder of Genus Hub, a social enterprise, and chairperson on the board of Genus Hub Global Initiative. She is also in the board of the Lady Mechanic Initiative. She has a BSc in microbiology from the prestigious University of Benin, a certificate in monitoring and evaluation from RIPA International in the United Kingdom, and certified in project management, policy development, advocacy from the University of Washington. Please make her welcome. And next we'll invite Edward Osayende. He's a financial executive with more than 20 years of public sector, investment accounting, information technology, and the financial services industry. He's managing executive responsible for government, public, and private enterprise partnership, executive planning analysis, line of business, finance function, asset liability, and business administration from the University of Texas at Dallas, and a Bachelor of Science in Accounting from the same institution. He's a member of several professional bodies. Your hands together for him, please. The moderator, you have your mic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency, I'll stand on all existing protocols. It's indeed a great honor and pleasure to be here this afternoon at the Alaghadaro 2023 summit. His Excellency envisaged that Edo, by 2050, will be the fastest growing state in terms of GDP, will top Nigeria in terms of GDP, and will be one of the top 20 economies in Africa. To achieve this vision, the current administration has undertaken a number of strategic initiatives to attract private sector investment. This private sector investment is expected to spur economic growth and create opportunities in the state that the people of Edo will benefit from. Accordingly, the last 7 years, we've seen an influx of investment from the private sector. So Edo State is well positioned, as we heard in the earlier panel, to take advantage of these opportunities. To highlight some of these significant investments in the pipeline, I'm honored to have with me an esteemed panel who would throw more light on the important projects that are in the pipeline. Usually, most of them are in their early stages. So please join me to welcome the panel. I will start our discussions this morning with Mrs. Ore Disu. I would like it to be nice if you please let us talk to us about some of the initiatives you're taking at the Institute. Talk to us about some of the initiatives and how Edo stands to benefit from this, particularly the youth, how this is going to spur innovation and entrepreneurship in Edo State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Vivian, for the very warm introduction. I must say that I am indeed very glad to be here and to be able to speak to some of the initiatives that we've been taking up either in Edo State. I come here as a representative of the Museum of West African Art. This has really been an initiative to think about how Benin City and more broadly re-establish its presence as the epicenter for art and culture, for heritage in not just this in Nigeria, but across the continent. So it's really been thinking very carefully around facilities, for research opportunities, for the artists, for artisans, and for heritage practitioners across the continent. And I think this is, in many ways, a way of thinking about economic development that isn't focusing on the typical sectors, but is actually saying, what is the advantage that the state has when it comes to its own cultural heritage, when it comes to the vast numbers of young people, the innovation that is happening and occurring on this day. So we have been invited to come in as a non-profit organization, an independent foundation. And already what we have started doing will have the best-in-class research facilities that will enable us to do conservation management and arts management in a manner that will rival what other institutions are doing globally. It will also have platforms for display, for performance, so that we can have Benin as the center for a thriving hub for festivals, for events, for performances. This is really about generating a visitor experience that links back to what Benin City has been known for generations, for over 1,000 years. So it's reconnecting, but it's also saying that we have to do something for young people today, because if we do not, what we're going to end up creating is a system that is not sustainable, that doesn't create tangible benefits for people here and now. And we've started that journey already. So my role has been very much to think about the partnerships, and a partnership with them where we're actually working to develop labs that is being generated here to be shared and published locally. They're also helping with scholarships, because I think it's important that we think about skills development as part of the longer-term sustainability of what we're doing. We are working very closely with practitioners in Europe, in the West, one of whom which has led us to our current focus on Venice Biennale. So this is, again, putting Benin City, putting Edo as a facilitator in the global art scene. I think I'll pause there mainly because in the course of the conversation, I think we will also touch on some of the other things we're doing. But it's to say that we have started, and that work was made possible largely because we had access to land and an enormous supportive environment that has meant that we have actually been able to host practitioners from across the world here in Benin City.
Thank you very much. Engineer Greg Obeifo, can you talk to us about the Benin River project? The port is it was mentioned earlier on the previous panel about the significance of the port. So can you tell us what is happening, where you are with that, and how Edo State plans the citizens and businesses stand to benefit from that project?
Thank you very much. I'll go straight to the point. 2017, a visionary leader, my governor, invited me from Port Harcourt and said, Greg, when we were in Bendel States, we had access to the sea through the various ports of Warri, Sapele, Burutu, Koko. But when Edo State was created, we lost every access to sea, and that he wants Edo State to go back to having access to sea. And he talked about Gelege. The journey began then. Various committees were set up to check technical and commercial viability. Gelege was no longer viable because the river going to Gelege is no longer navigable. A new location was found, 32 nautical miles from the Atlantic Ocean, deep water on the river. Journey started. What makes Lagos tick is the port. What makes Port Harcourt, Calabar, Warri tick? The ports. If you have a port, then your economy is bound to boom. And he insisted that we must have a port in Edo State. Initially, various options of funding were considered, but at the end of the day, we realized that Edo State does not have the kind of money you need to build ports. So we decided to go through a process that can crystallize an international investor, and that we were able to achieve. We appointed an international transaction advisory company from Canada with offices in Nigeria, and we're able to come out with an outline business case, which we took to the federal government through the Nigerian Ports Authority and the Ministry of Transportation and the ISCRC. The federal government approved the outline business case and gave a clearance certificate. So where are we now? No individual, private or private company can own and operate a port. Every port in the country is owned by the federal government through Nigerian Ports Authority. So Nigerian Ports Authority, having approved the outline business case, was happy to work with us to go out for a request for proposal for international bidders who will invest to build it. We went through that process and the company emerged. So as we speak, and as I'm here, the Nigerian Ports Authority, the preferred bidder, the transaction advisor, and the state government are negotiating the concession agreement on a 30-year program. Now, the journey isn't as smooth as I just said it. But what I want to say is that even when the port has not started, benefits are beginning to crystallize. Courtesy of my committee working with NIMASA and with the approval of the state government, 10 Edo children have been sent out of the country to read maritime studies by the federal government, full scholarship. And these children are going to be the first line of white-collar officers that will operate the Benin port. Secondly, thirdly, one of the stakeholders interested in the port has expressed interest in leasing 150 hectares of the land that they need for their industrial activities, and that's been valued at about 12 billion naira, which we are hoping the state can put in as equity in a PPP. Finally, all the processes, both the port itself and the port smart city, the intention is to concession them out to private operators where Edo State, with the land, will be a partner, and that will be the model that we want to do. I'd like to stop here.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now to you, Mr. Edward Ike Osayande. You're in charge of the Benin Enterprise Park, another significant investment in the state.
Yes.
Please go on.
Okay. Good morning, all. Permit me to stand on all existing protocols. The Benin Enterprise Park is a vision of Mr. Governor that was thoroughly researched, converted to a document that formed the deliberate reform that we see as the mega agenda. On that document, we had 6 thematic pillars. The Benin Enterprise Park falls under the economic reform. It is an ecosystem designed to grow commerce, trade, create employment. The premise of the Enterprise Park at its conception was creable in the state. We chose the location deliberately on Saple Road. It's also where Ologbo is, which is where we is. Create, as government, create an ecosystem where we have done all the horizontal infrastructure. That will be access roads, power, water, light, and then most importantly, security. And then look for both foreign direct investors and, more importantly, local players to come in and set up small to medium scale SMEs. We have different plans for the different sectors, but it's a dynamic document investment to come and. The last thing I want to say is, before we continue, is the amount of employment that can come to the park when you put in construction, a construction zone. You are looking at all the different vocations from them. CSR and everything that we need will come from them. You don't want to go to a place and then you say, I'm going to build a school here when their major problem is water. So we have been relating with the communities. We have gotten the support of the communities from their leaders all the way down to the youths. And then we are just ready for business. And I'm glad that we have captains of industry here so that they can take a look and see how they can come and participate with us. I would like to pause there for now.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Isibebe White, the Edo State youth are very aspirational. There's been significant flow of investment into the state, and the state will require skilled manpower for the job opportunities that are going to be created by the investing companies. We don't want to create jobs that other people will come and take up. So I'd like you to shed some light on how your organization is addressing this issue and what you've done so far.
Thank you very much. I want to say I'm very, very honored to be on this panel. I work for Junior Sub, And Genosolve is a human capital development organization based in Benin City. We happen to have our headquarters here. We have branches in Auchi, Uromi, Plateau State, Lagos, Kano, and just recently we just launched our office in Rwanda. And our main focus is on skills development, entrepreneurship, growth, scaling the MSME, business owners across Africa. That is actually our major focus. But for digital skills, we really pay so much attention on digital skills and TVET. And one of the strategies we use to implement all our projects is that we start for all the beneficiaries who come to our centers. So when I mean life skills, there are skills to help them navigate through lives. There are skills to make them make an informed. We have a database and we have a simple template where all skills have been listed out, the duration of the skills, the opportunities around these skill sets, plus the kind of money they can also make beyond just the opportunity. So it gives room for them to say, this is what I really want after going through that process. So for us at Genosolve, we are very, very excited that since we started, we have trained over 16,000 beneficiaries in those states. And out of these 16,000, I can come there women with all these tools. 60% of them are from our center here in those states. And we can't take the glory alone. Before the administration of Godwin Obaseki, I have to be honest here, we were not, nobody wanted to do business with us. Most of our MSME ecosystem, we did not have the right system, no structure, no formalization of business were in place. Those things were not in place. And for you to really get results, for you to attract opportunities, you need to formalize your business and have policies, policy in place, then operation of, excuse me.
Yes, go on. She's very excited and passionate about this.
Let me have some water, please.
Yes. Okay, I'll come back to you
No, I'm fine.
Do you want to conclude?
Yeah, I'm very fine.
Go ahead.
So, like I was saying, what has happened in the last few years, in the last 7 years, standard of operation for MSMEs wasn't this strong the way it is right now. What we had before, people were just running their businesses, just making little money. But right now, because of a lot of training, capacity building going on, it has really, really developed the MSME ecosystem. And that has generated a lot of employment. And I want to also say this. Mr. Governor has also been very, very kind. He was kind enough to identify the pain points of MSMEs, and he was able to pitch this to international community. He was able to pitch this to investors. That's why you see all of these transformation, investors, international partners coming into Edo State. And we have also strategically positioned ourselves to actually benefit from this opportunity.
Thank you.
And we're very, very excited about that. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Back to you, Mr. Greg Ogbenifo. This project is at its early stage of, development, very early stage. And I would like you to speak to the sustainability of this project, the long-term sustainability of the projects. What are the risks involved that can jeopardize these projects, happening? And what needs to be done to ensure the long-term sustainability?
Let me say very quickly that the project is not at an early stage. It's expected that the groundbreaking for this project will take place before the end of this year. And why do I say that? As soon as we finish agreeing on the concession agreement, we're developing the full business case. We're submitting that through the Federal Ministry of Transport to the Federal Executive Council for approval. And once that is done, the project will be taken over by the concessionaire, and they will start to run with the project. So the project is guaranteed to be. However, What we are building is not just a port terminal, we are building a port community. We had to look at all the existing ports in the country to see the challenges they are having. And we corrected all the challenges we observed in our own ports. So we have a main port, thank you. We have a ro-ro facility. We are focusing on processing of agricultural produce so we can generate cargo throughput for the ports. So we have an agro-industrial park. We have a general service park. We all know what's happening to the Lagos ports with respect to the menace of trucks and trailers around the port community. So we have a dedicated trailer. See the maroon color there? That's a sport smart city we are building, a whole city, residential with all the facilities, recreation, offices and things like that to service the ports. Now this whole area is expected to eventually be made a free zone, a free trade zone area. That is already established. Now, sustainability usually is threatened by subsequent governments. We all know that in this country, when a government is in place, they come up with beautiful, lofty ideas as soon as they leave. Sometimes, subsequent governments, they tend to derail. So, what we have proposed is to set up a Benin Port Complex Management Agency under the offices of the governor of the state. That agency will take care of all the component members of the port community that you just saw. And that's the profile. Now, we looked at the technical aspect of the operations of some of the industrial parks. And we know that the importers of our agricultural raw material will be glad to set up industries and process those agricultural materials within the country before they export them. So we contacted one of the international port operators, the Port of Antwerp. We looked at their model, and thankfully they are discussing with us to be a technical partner to the extent that they'll be able to attract international industrialists to come and set up industries there. And we're hoping that with that, we should be able to have these ports contribute majorly. And finally, we would like to recommend that in the life of this administration, efforts should be made to legislate the ports, particularly the structure of administration, to make it sustainable. Thankfully, we have the executive, we have the legislative arm, and I think the judiciary is here to make that happen for the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ora, when you've answered the first question, you touched a bit on some of the industries that will be affected, that will benefit from the project. Can you delve in more in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship from the individuals, and the long-term sustainability? How is that guaranteed?
Sure. So I think when we consider museums in Africa, not a lot of us have a visitor, repeated visitor experience, let's put it that way. So we have had to think very carefully about how to ensure that what we are preparing for, what we're designing, is not just copying and paste from what you see in Paris and London and New York, but is actually situated within this context here. And one of the things we've seen from that is that we have to think about curating not a 3-hour experience, but a 3-day or 5-day experience. And this is why in developing the concept, we've actually started with the park. We've started with how, when people come into to visit us, where would they go? Where would they eat? Where are they going to sleep? Where can they buy 1 or 2 things so that they actually take this away with them? What other experiences can they have in terms of performances, galleries, places to actually connect with local communities, with other practitioners. And in the course of doing that, we have identified various skill areas that we know we need to cultivate in-house, as well as other aspects of the supporting skill set that we require to enable us to function. So these are skills and services, really. And I won't go into too much detail, but where we see opportunities for young companies and businesses to gain from our presence ranges across the hospitality sector to recreation and events. So when you're thinking about tour management and guides, when you're thinking about how people make their way from the airports to our complex, and all of the other pop-up infrastructure that will be providing for rent to small businesses and artists and performance. And in essence, what we have seen is that by doing this, it's actually forced us to collaborate with other business owners, both in Nigeria but abroad. There's a huge amount of excitement for what we're doing, and I think what we don't really realize, because it's always accessible to us here, is just how attractive, how important Benin City is in the global heritage landscape. When you're thinking about the historic nature of this space, the number of guilds. We know today there's Igun Street, some people might even go further to look at the Imake Pottery Guild, but there were not one, not two, you're talking about 20 and 30 guilds just within this vicinity here today. So we are also thinking about connecting to those hubs and also the reviving, I would say, the historic linkages to places as far as Ife, where there were technology transfers in terms of bronze casting, to across towards even as far as Ghana, where we know again there were exchanges there. So this is really about reconnecting those spaces and thinking sustainably about skills development across all of those service and skill areas.
Thank you very much. Mr. Osande, you have a room full of private sector investors. And one of the things I believe we talked about was the need for investment. So I'd like you to, in a few minutes, speak to the need, more or less sell this project, quickly to see, to try and attract more interest, because long-term sustainability is important, going forward, given that there's going to be a change in the administration. So I'd like you to talk to us about investments, what is needed to ensure the long-term sustainability so the state can benefit from these opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say that for most of these projects, because we are looking for private sector input and investment, most of the time, it ends up being a joint venture or an SPV created. The private sector is bringing funding and bringing expertise. Government has brought land, ease of doing business, cost of feasibility studies and master plans, because Edo State government nurtured most of these projects. So what that means is at some point, the project will now come on live and it will now be domiciled in the private sector. Private sector driven, no strain on government, no push for government funding at that point. So that means at some point in time when they have gotten to their payback period, ROI is now coming into play, they are now giving government their dividends on their investment, and then also government's IGR can get some boost from taxes and other breaks that come into it. Having said that, for the Benin Enterprise Park, we have a comparative advantage. The GMD of Dangote spoke about our location. Our geographic location as a nodal state talked about our logistical advantage, which is a comparative advantage, that we must now ensure we bring efficiency, effectiveness, responsiveness, and innovation to play. What that means is when we start the process of trying to get investors into an enterprise park, we have to have skin in the game so that when they come in, they see we are ready to do business and they are coming in to plug and play. We are not averse to learning or changing the dynamics of our original master plan. Our goal is to maximize getting businesses into the place, be it multinationals or small businesses. We have a mix of all of them in there. Finally, I would say there are fortunes at the bottom of the pyramid. When we look at the world today globally, the multinationals, Africa is the last frontier. Africa is not a place for cheap labor. We just need to improve our skilled labor. That's why Mr. Governor has always stressed education. Our skilled labor force has to be ready for all these people to come in. Otherwise, they will bring people from outside to come and work for us again. We will not achieve much. So those are the linkages that Edo State government under Mr. Governor does not work in silos. Every project that we have has a link to another one, and that's how it goes around. We are all linked. So for me and the Business Enterprise Bank, speaking in isolation, we are ready to do business. We have all the advantages that any business would require. There's power, there's water, there's light, there's security. We're close to the city center. If any truck going from the north must pass through Benin to Lagos, if you are leaving Lagos, you must pass through Benin to the east or to the west, or to the north or the east. So we are strategically placed and ready to do crime. We have communications, we have risk mitigation, we have information dissemination, we have monitoring, and then we continue to reevaluate our policy as a document. If we fall outside that, then we have committed a crime to these days.
Thank you.
I'd like to pause there.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Isimeme. The needs are huge. So I would like you to tell us what kind of support would you need, or what kind of investments will you need? Because you have a lot of work to do. We're sitting in a room full of people and businesses that can help. So what kind of, how can you scale up further? I know you've talked about a lot of the work that has been done over the last 7 years. What do you need to scale up further to ensure that, as these projects and other investments, begin to come on board or begin to operate, you are making your own contribution to ensure that the people of Edo, particularly the youth, are ready to take up these opportunities?
Okay, thank you so much. One of the areas where we'll be the support of everyone here, we are currently developing an app. The two apps that are very important for us here. One is major problem we currently face because we have some of our MSMEs exporting already. So logistics is major. So we are currently developing a solution where we use drone to deliver products from the farm to the end users. So that solution is still under development. And we also want to seek support for the development of Associates app. The Associates app, one is to be able to match for job matching for skilled youth in Edo State here. Another area where we also need more support is to see how we can train more people. Already, because of the support we get from Edo State government through Edo Jobs and through a lot of international partners that are already partnering with Edo State government, they've really, really invested in us in the area of making us to be ready for opportunities, which is why we want to expand. The few ones we have trained already, they're already working remotely. We have very fantastic testimonies from our beneficiaries who are working remotely. Some of them are doing portfolio of $10,000, $12,000 monthly in Benin City here. And they are already finding their way outside Edo State. How do we sustain the beautiful work this administration has done? How do we employ more people? How do we create more jobs? So for me and my team, what we want from this Alaghadaro Summit is to get more people, to get them involved. Let's begin to invest more in people, invest more in these young people, and not just to train them, but to identify industry need base. Every industry needs a particular skill. Like Engineer Greg, the seaport, they will definitely need artisans to work with. We need to start looking at those skills gap. What do they need there? our beautiful sister here also stretch more on what they're already doing. So how do we invest and build more skilled youths in order for them to fit into this role? We don't want expatriates to come here and take the job from our youth. So we need to begin to work on the mindset of our youth. The opportunities here already. For all I've listened to today, for me personally, I am very, very inspired. And I want to quickly say this. Our business has expanded because of my first Alaghadaro Summit. The people I met there, they have become leaders in my life. They have become mentors in my life. They become advisors on our board. That's because of Alaghadaro First Summit.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will now go to Q&A, and we'll take a few questions, and then I'll come back to the panel and round up. 2 questions, please. Do we have any questions from the audience? There's somebody at the back. Are there any questions? I can't see any hands from where I am sitting.
Just one here.
Good afternoon, all. So my question is for the lady that talked about arts. She talked about infrastructure. So I'm interested in infrastructure because I'm interested in documentary, because Edo State is about stories and documentary. So I want to know your plans for infrastructure, because doing documentary requires you to get very, very sophisticated materials or equipment, so to speak. So what are you going to do so that we can have easy access to these equipments we need to carry out documentaries? That's one. Then secondly, you've heard the stories about our artifacts and some of them being returned back to us. So what are you going to do with the man at Igun for him to be seen in UK, in the streets of UK, London, Italy, everywhere? So what are you also going to do with the guy at
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is there any other person who wishes to ask? Yes, we have one more, and that's it. Sorry, we've run out of time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Osemeke Victor. I'm the MD, CEO, Edo Shoe Manufacturing Company. So my question is for the industrial park. We want to see how we can develop industrial park, and just like what is currently going on in Aba, you understand, we want to see how we can bring it to Edo. So how can we have a space there? And if maybe because I'm also the chairman of the shoemakers in Edo State. So what are the possibilities of us coming there? Is the space for free, or are we going to pay to acquire space at the industrial park?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ore, straight to you.
Is this on?
Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question. I think that it's very pertinent that when we think about making an impact, that we are being realistic about who needs our help. And so artisans have been living and working in Benin for centuries. Unfortunately, if you go to some of the spaces now, you see that they are still producing, but they are looped out or somehow disconnected from the global arts market. And so what we've been thinking about are ways that we can actually help to reconnect that. So it's collaborating or at least commissioning works so that they have a livelihood, they can actually showcase their arts. But it's also linking them with fashion brands, with art markets, just across Nigeria, but also globally. Because at the end of the day, if that one bronzecaster is, for example, able to produce more, it means that he'll be able to train more people, and we'll actually have more and more production happening here locally. And just to quickly come to your other point regarding filmmaking and the support that's required, I think a lot of people associate Lagos with being the hub for filmmaking. I think that there can be multiple centers of production, and that Benin City has a unique advantage in that it's far more affordable for a young filmmaker and the crew and all of the staff that are involved in production, which can get quite large. So when you're thinking about a place where people can stay, we've been thinking about facilities, so affordable accommodation for short-term stay, but also the technologies in terms of both platforms and studio space as well.
Thank you very much, Ore. Edward.
Thank you very much for that question.
1 minute.
Yeah. He's I can take offline, but I'll just say this. Anytime you say, is it going to be for free, you are setting the bar very low. There is a reason for you to have skin in the game, for you to be serious about your business. But if you look at our 14 sectors, leather goods is part of it. And so we can take that offline and discuss. There are incentives for you to have first mover advantage coming in this early. Definitely working with his inspiration is our perspiration. And we have learned to walk and find out where we're going to as we go along the way.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me give a round of applause to my esteemed panel. Our time has been reduced, so we would have to stop here. But thank you very much for throwing a lot of light on what is going on in Edo and what needs to be done to ensure its long-term sustainability so that the people of Edo will benefit from these projects at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Profound thanks to you, Madam Moderator, for also walking the talk by walking within the time given. Please appreciate Mrs. Vivian Shobo for steering this conversation. Thank you so much. A group photograph right here. His Excellency and also the past governors of Edo State are coming up to join in this group photograph. We'll just step forward a little bit. Yes, right here. Right here is fine. And create some space in between. His Excellency will come to the middle. His Excellencies. Thank you. Welcome, sir. All right. Yes. Please smile and say, walk the talk. Video, did you catch that? Walk the talk. We deeply appreciate you. This is still the Edo Summit 2023. The conversations continue just because we also believe in the health and wellness of those of us in the room. If you will stand wherever you are for the next 30 seconds, just stand up so that your blood flows right. You've been sitting for over 2 hours. So stand, and then after about 20 seconds, whilst they return to their seats, we will all sit together. Let the legs stretch just a little. Pleasure, sir. It's a good time to turn to the person sitting behind you and say hello to them. You haven't seen them in almost 2 hours. Your face has been faced to the front. Ask them how they're doing. Major takeaways.
Very good choice. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please warmly applaud them again? Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize former speakers of the Edo State House of Assembly, and after which former governors will be giving 5 minutes goodwill messages, and that will also include the governor of Delta State. I'd like to welcome the Right Honorable Dr. Justin Okonobo. We'd like to welcome Right Honorable Kabiru Ajoto, the Right Honorable Barrister Friday Itura, former member of the House of Reps, and of course, the Right Honorable Billy Osawaro, current member House of Representatives, the Nigerian Bar Association, Benin Bar, Rotarian, Nosa Edo Saige. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you so much. We also welcome Mr. Patu. Thank you. Can we please allow their excellencies to resume their seats? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Cameramen, please back to positions. Thank you. Once His Excellency sits, the rest of us will follow. Thank you. Can we please maintain some decorum, please? Thank you. The works of our heroes past certainly will never be in vain. The Edo Refinery, the Osiomo Power, the Benin River Ports, and many other laudable initiatives of Mr. Governor is an attempt to walk the talk. So please resume your seats. We are live on air. Please resume your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please resume your seats. His Excellency is already on his seat. We are currently on air. Please. Thank you. Please resume your seats. Thank you. I will next invite our past governor, His Excellency, the first executive governor of Edo State, the first national chairman of the APC, our retired super permanent secretary, once audience is very well established. His Excellency is waiting for us. Can we please resume our seats? Thank you. Please resume your seats. Everyone, please. Thank you. Please resume your seats. Please. Thank you. His Excellency is already seated. The rest of us can please sit. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a resounding applause for His Excellency Chief John Ewoyoma Kenneth Odigia Oyego, the first executive governor of Edo State and first national chairman of the APC. Can that applause be resounding for every man in my ayovewo? Ovie sese, ovi godombi godo, ovio ginogomanebwao, wakbobane. Your Excellency, you are looking very cute.
Your Excellency, our governor, and his wonderful wife, the deputy governor, and my good friend, the wife, the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, our respected Chief Judge of Edo State. At that point, I respectfully adopt all existing protocol. I'm glad I was able to attend this 7th session of Edo Summit, Alaghadaro. And Mr. Governor, I owe you intense appreciation for taking the fundamental decision, I don't know at what point in time, to turn your back on business as usual. From what I have seen, from what I have experienced, you think out of the box. You act out of the box. Otherwise, I don't know how anybody can have the type of free consultancy that you have. Eminent actors in the industrial world, virtually giving you free advice as to how to advance Edo State. Of course, with our illustrious brother, Dr. Alaghadaro, as chairman of this wonderful self-sustaining group. It is always important to stress that. Self-sustaining group. We have persons who are committed to a cause. They've given their time. They've given their resources. They have given their intellect to the upliftment of Edo State. I can only say thank you, Mr. Governor, and to all of you, thank you very, very much. And especially, of course, those who are running this show, Dr. Alaghadaro, and I think the ladies, Mrs. Alufai, fantastic. May God bless you both. We have a very unique situation, bringing together governance, bringing together active members of the private sector to come and put together ideas, projects, not to talk of the interventions that they make, which nobody has told us about, at various levels, to ensure that what our friends who participated in the 2 sessions actively participated also in the progress of Edo State, what they have had to say today. The uniqueness of Alaghadaro, two aspects. For me, the greatest problem in this country is psychological, upstairs. How do we change our thinking? How do we start saying things positively? How do we put behind us old concepts, old beliefs, old ways of doing things? That is, for me, the critical problem we are facing. And so Alaghadaro has a unique role to play. Not only in popularizing the idea that, and the positivity of the thinking of the average Benin man to take pride in what is happening in the state. Not only to take pride, but to dream those big dreams that the chairman spoke about, and believe that those dreams are possible, and exact energy, resources, intellect to make those dreams come true. That is a positive role, psychological, not the reality we've been talking today. But it is only from the psychology and the dreaming of dreams that the kind of realities that are happening in Edo State will become real, will come to be. So I thank you very much, Mr. Governor, like I said, for turning your back on the old ways. Today, the world is talking of artificial intelligence. politicians and scientists have come together very recently to even decide how they can protect us who are creating artificial intelligence from the possibilities that you can have an enemy in artificial intelligence. And here in Edo State, Mr. Governor, I'm glad to say, very glad to say, that you have taken the youths of Edo State and you are molding them to be ready for this new world that we are going into, otherwise blindfold. The kind of education Edo Best, I came in, we managed to stop at one of these kiosks outside. That's a long conversation for another day. Deputy Governor's wife mentioned a village I didn't know was in Nigeria at all. I had to ask her, what country is that? And they tapped a few buttons and hey presto, right before us on the screen is the detail about the school that is there. Unfortunately, it's a very small village, 140-something pupils in the school, and all the details are there. And they said, we were told that, Mr. Governor, I hope we too can eventually access these details about the realities of the modernization of Edo State. It is my hope that in the near future, you are preparing people for the world market. It is my prayer that in the near future, instead of our usual export to Italy and the rest of the other places, we can now be exporting trained manpower that will stand the test of time and make us proud wherever we go to. I feel so emotional about what has happened and what I've experienced in Edo State, but I will resist the temptation of going on and on. Let me just say the final thing. Our people say, the name you give a child sometimes will dictate the kind of child he turns out to be. So let me take a bit of credit. That when I said, when we were choosing mottos for Edo State, and I said Edo State is the heartbeat of Nigeria. Today, from what I have experienced, from what I have heard, I have that satisfaction. Even from what Alaghadaro said, that was a practical exemplar that this state is growing at 100, did you say 140%? May that heart continue to beat, and may it beat very strongly. I thank you all. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we make it resounding for His Excellency, the first executive governor of Edo State, 32 years ago. May the labors of our heroes past never be in vain. Wagbiseyo. Thank you very much. I will next invite His Excellency Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedio, former governor and the current captain of the class of governors of 1999. And amongst them is the sitting president and the SGF. Your hands together for him again. Ovie Sama na evewo.
Mr. Alaghadaro, you permit to stand on existing protocol after recognizing my brother, the governor of Edo State, and his wife, and of course, Mr. Speaker, and our Chief Judge. But don't let me leave out the people that matters most in Edo State and in this hall today, the money men, the captains of industry. I would like to commence by first thanking my friend and brother, Governor Obaseki, for graciously inviting me to share in the forward-looking, innovative experience of Alaghadaro. Economic Summit has come to represent the quest for sustained growth and development for our state this past 7 years. Thank you, Mr. Governor. I must also salute the evident sense of duty under the able leadership of Alaghadaro and the faith of Alaghadaro cause exhibited by the team, which has worked to put this impressive event together. I guess you all deserve a hand of applause. My duty here today is to say, as briefly as possible, I appreciate this rigorous visionary initiative which seeks to entrench, through structured engagement, a definitive economic policy framework that interconnects all the critical stakeholders in a bid to maximally boost growth and drive the overall economic evolution of our state. The significance of this year's edition of Alaghadaro Summit cannot be overstated. It is the 7th in the series. Various cultures, philosophers, religious, and belief systems ascribe varying degrees of symbolism to the number 7. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, do not fret. I do not intend to take you on a spiritual excursion into the spiritual and secular significance of the number 7. Maybe another day in another forum. The semantic field that the word Alaghadaro encompasses in Edo language is a pointer to the intellectual depth that must have gone into birthing this summit. The word does not only mean progress, it also connotes discovery, trailblazing, going where there's no path, and leaving a trail behind. This summit has come to epitomize all these manifestations of the word Alaghadaro. The very theme is apt, creating shared opportunities into the future, speaks to a commitment to continuity and sustainability. This is why I particularly would like to endorse the special focus on the productive potential of the youth of our state, who are the inheritors of the vision. With the multiplicity of opportunities available to them, including the exciting possibilities which artificial intelligence presents, I am confident that the future is far more brighter for Edo State. This being not just the 7th edition, but also the last in the life of Governor Obaseki administration. I fervently hope, and I challenge His Excellency Governor and his team to ensure that the requisite institutionalization is emplaced to establish the ideas of Alaghadaro Economic Summit as a major plank for the governance process in Edo State. And I'm glad it's a limited organization. This will no doubt be an assured way of ensuring continuity and entrenching structured incremental growth and development, irrespective of the complexion of subsequent administrations in the state. Continuity is the key to sustained economic development. At this point, I would like to reiterate the advice I preferred at the last Governors Forum retreat for new and returning governors in May of this year. When you bow out, do not look back. I know that it's not easy to transit. I know that it is not easy to transit from being the #1 citizen in the state to becoming just another ordinary citizen. there is always the temptation to want to remain in control of things after you have left office. It is a fatal mistake to let it is a fatal mistake to let that bug bite you. It leads to avoidable conflict with your successor and creates needless tension in the system. If your successor seeks your counsel, you should be gracious enough to offer helpful advice. If he does not, let him be. That way, you keep your self-respect, you retain his respect, and you are free to focus on your next stage of life's calling. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I promise to be brief. Therefore, I'd like to conclude now by once again thanking Governor Godwin Obaseki for the opportunity to be part of this seminar event, while congratulating him on his focused leadership of our state these past 7 years. I wish you and your team even greater impactful successes in the remaining months of your administration. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Very warm appreciation to His Excellency, former Governor of Edo State, the one and the only Lucky Benedium. Wise words from a wise man, a sage, a leader, a father. Our deep and profound thanks to you, sir. Another round of applause will be very welcome. I'm delighted to welcome up on stage a friend of Edo State. I'm tempted to say a son of the soil, and maybe we'll give him one Edo name before he leaves today. Please receive with me His Excellency, the Ambassador of Italy to Nigeria, Stefano De Leo, as he comes forward. Committed to all things Nigeria and Edo. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Governor, the wife, and allow me to say all protocols observed because there are so many important people. I don't want to miss one of you. I bring in the international dimension of this forum, of this summit, because don't forget that Edo State has a lot of international friends, and Italy is honored to be among of them. So I feel really at home when I come here, and I'm not alone because I come also with my Consul General of Lagos and with our Trade Commissioner, because we feel that this forum and this summit needs to be honored with all our representatives here in Nigeria. Let me say that I'm very much surprised. I did not listen to dreams. I listened to concrete visions. And it was very much highlighted what was done in the last 7 years. And the successes you achieved in these 7 years lay the foundation for future success stories. We won't be part of it. So let me say that also Rome was not built in one day, but in 7 years you made a huge success. And we want to partner with you in the future. This is an important thing because let me say another important thing. Here in Edo State we stand where the history of Nigeria was made, but we stand also in the place where the future of this great country is shaped. So here we unite the traditions, the past and the future, because as I heard before, we rightly have to move forward to put Edo State and the whole population in its rightful position in a first world country, in a first world position. So you have all the ingredients to do this. And let me say that with the governor, with his team, we work hard together to bring very soon Italian investors to the country, because I heard a lot of things that we can be done. And if I speak here as Italian ambassador, we have a special position to talk to you, because we know the talent and the resilience of Edo State people, because we host them in Italy. They are your sons, their sisters, they are the daughters and sons of these countries, but they became also daughters and sons of our country, because they are now part of our society, and this is an important bridge. Diplomats are here to create bridges. I see the business people here, I see politicians, authorities. My job and the job of many other diplomats is to create bridges. But I see that here you have already found a very strong bridgehead on which we can build. And let me say again, we are ready to partner with you. Thank you very much. All the best for you, all the successes, and I'm really impressed what you did and what can be still done. Beautiful country, especially in Edo State. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Can we please give a friend of Edo another round of applause? They say we're going to give him a Benin name. So it's His Excellency Stefano De Leo Osagie.
Osagie. Osagie.
Beautiful. Can you please put your hands together for His Excellency? While they quickly set up the stage for the Delta State Deputy Governor to come and give the message on behalf of his governor, we'd like to also let you know that His Excellency Gordon Obaseki is already walking the talk. Just yesterday, several delegations went round for the city. And there's something close to a brigade command already situated down there in Okoroma. Can you applaud this wonderful visionary? The Edo Modular Refinery, we saw it eyeball to eyeball. The impact of MOU is situated there. The Green Hill Farms ethanol factory was also a sight to behold. The Victor Wifo Creative Hub is amazing. The Edo State College of Nursing Services is wonderful. The Stella Obasanjo Hospital is another medical destination. And you already know that the American physicians are always coming to Edo every year. And telemedicine is something they do from the various wards in our medical health centers. This governor is just amazing. The Edo Central Park is something you won't believe is in Edo. It's amazing, it's wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, can I also request for additional rounds of applause for the Secretariat building that this governor brought back to life. Las Vegas cannot compare what is there. And the night party yesterday at the rooftop was something close to America without a visa. Only Obaseki can do that. And then you know something remarkable, we have to train our workforce. Edo no longer use paper in their civil service. Fully automated. And the training is on at the John Odige Oyegun Public Service Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite His Excellency Elder Sheriff Oberewori, the Executive Governor of Delta State, speaking through His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Delta State, Sir Monday Oyeme. Can we please applaud him as he comes? Edo and Delta are brothers and sisters, formerly Bendel State. And so the spirit of Bendel State is alive again today. Your Excellency, welcome home.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, Dr. Godwin Obaseki, and his amiable wife, Your Excellency, Comrade Philip Shuaibu, the Deputy Governor, and your wife, Your Excellencies, past governors of Edo State, Please permit me to stand on all other already established protocols. I've been sent here by my boss, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Elder Sheriff Francis Oborewori, who couldn't make it in person. Edo and Delta is one. Not be so. So we must ensure that anything Edo State is doing, of course, we must be present because we are one and will continue to be one. I will just speak through the remark of His Excellency, my boss, because this summit is gone more than halfway, I believe, already. So most of what was there before, we have witnessed it already practically, so I may not need to repeat them. His Excellency, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, Governor of Edo State, your friend, your brother, your counterpart sends his greeting. I welcome the opportunity to join you at this summit. In the last 7 years, Alaghadaro Edo Summit has offered the government and the people of Edo State a pedestrian for elevated discourses on capacity building, policy formulation and accountability, and institutional reforms to promote good governance, economic inclusivity, social cohesion, and sustainable development. It is my belief that proposals and recommendations and suggestions from previous editions have been instrumental in the progress of Edo State, Edo State has witnessed under the remarkable stewardship of Governor Obaseki. The old adage that say, failing to plan is planning to fail, holds true for government as well. Every responsive and responsible government makes it a priority to periodically set forth strategies and detailed plans for human, fiscal, social, and economic development. Indeed, development planning is sine qua non, where the gap between the available resources and the demand for same is elastic. It is my earnest expectation that this summit will establish the roadmap to build critical road and transport infrastructure, drive human capital development, and engender inclusive economic growth. Propose reforms in revenue and spending, provide the template for job and wealth creation through skill training and entrepreneurship for our teeming youth population, and support the promotion of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises through microcredit and training. Create conducive environment for public-private partnership investment, and develop the agricultural value chain and agro-industries. Provide reforms for government-owned enterprises. Ensure growth and renewal of urban centers through flood control infrastructure, roads, market development, housing, and sanitation, and enhance peace building, social and intercommunal harmony. I will conclude by saying that The successful implementations of the policies of any government depend largely on the efficiency and effectiveness of the civil service. It is a critical ally in the development process, whose early engagement and partnership is crucial, as they will ultimately be the managers or key personnel in administering the programs set out in any plan. I trust that this summit will address issues of critical interministerial and interdisciplinary coordinating machineries necessary for the success of any government. It is on this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that I wish you a refreshing and rewarding time at this summit. Thank you for your time and attention. May God bless Edo State. May God bless you all. Thank you.
May God bless Delta State as well, our brother and sister state. We say thank you to the leadership of Delta State here, represented by His Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Mr. Monday Oyeme. Thank you so much. And our deep, warm, and brotherly thanks to His Excellency, Sheriff Oboriwere, who is the Governor of Delta State. If your hands are still free, please appreciate their message of goodwill. The 27th leadership principle of Dale Carnegie says, praise every improvement, praise the slightest improvement, be hearty in your praise and lavish in your approbation. The 13-minute documentary we are about to see together will praise the improvements that Edo State has experienced over the past 7 years under the leadership of our digital governor. Distinguished guests, please keep your eyes on the screens.
The Nigerian economy has experienced checkered growth since 1999, led mainly by proceeds from oil and gas. Over 90% of the subnationals in Nigeria are barely viable economically. They often lack the minimum infrastructure, manpower, and industrial capacity to function independently and generate wealth. Hence, they are mostly regarded as civil service states. Our past leaders made concerted efforts to tackle underdevelopment in Edo State. Enter the Governor Godwin Obaseki administration. An unprecedented structural transformation began, repositioning the state as a leading industrial haven, attracting investment across different sectors of the economy. The Alaghadaro Summit has been a key driver of the reforms that has birthed this landmark economic revolution.
The whole purpose and the drive behind this summit was to provide a forum where we could bring all shades of opinion, policymakers, citizens, all stakeholders together to dialogue on the pertinent issues affecting the state with a view to looking for common grounds and also solutions to those problems.
Today, Edo has grown to become a major hub for manufacturing of materials for the building sector, with local and foreign companies competing for market share. Companies that have established or expanded their businesses in the building and construction sector in Edo State include Dangote Cement PLC, Time Ceramics, and Ronsheng Glass, among others. These companies produce cement, tiles, glass, roofing sheets, MDF boards, and source their raw materials from the state's rich mineral resources. In the agricultural sector, Edo State is leading a quiet revolution. Working with partners, the Edo State government has transitioned from subsistence to mechanized agriculture. Edo today has arguably the largest and most ambitious farm estate development in Africa.
The governor put in a total of 70,000 hectares for cultivation under this program. This also would help to reduce the deficit that already exists in the sector.
Thank God for the governmental drive. A lot of people are more interested in agriculture. Before the end of last year, everybody ran out of seedlings.
We don't mind the cost, but every day we live to see the rest of mind that it gives you. And we are proud about it, that whatsoever we have done to date is done in a very friendly environment and thinking about the ecology. And that's what ESOP lives for.
Another notable investor in the ESOP program, Green Hill Limited, a subsidiary of Saro Africa, has established a cassava to ethanol refinery in Benin City, which will be fed with 480 tons of cassava roots, approximately 20 trailers, and produce 50,000 liters of ethanol to be used in breweries and distilleries and other sectors. The state is also taking a central position in processing of hydrocarbons by promoting policies and advancing incentives to improve the ease of doing business. As a result, Edo has attracted 2 functional refineries with the injection of 700 million naira into the Edo Refinery and Petrochemical Company Limited, ERPC. The company set up a 6,000 barrels per day modular refinery in Ulubo, Ipoba-Oka local government of the state. The company's products include naphtha, low-pour fuel oil, and diesel, among others. Its feedstock is sourced from the Uza oil field, which it recently placed an order of 200,000 barrels of crude for refining.
Over 60,000 hectares of oil palm has been cultivated. We have 2 modular refineries running in Olubu and Eboko. We have 2 ethanol factories ready to be commissioned. We have Osio that has close to 100 megawatts of electricity being provided. And of course, this has led to the creation of more jobs for Edo people.
Power is critical to driving industrial growth. This is why Governor Obaseki had signed a power purchase agreement which paved the way for the setting up of Osiomo Power Company in a move that was well ahead of its time.
In the last 7 years, we've pushed and supported investment in the Osiomo Power Plant, which supplies power exclusively to Edo State.
The retail sector in Edo State has witnessed unprecedented growth on account of the transformational policies espoused by the Governor Obaseki-led administration. The sprawling Benin City Mall is one of the iconic projects that signposts the revolution in the sector. The spiraling effect of the retail business is the fact that it has encouraged local manufacturers to standardize their produce to requisite packaging and branding standards.
They have been taking our product from here to UX. We are also a member of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Exporters Cluster in Edo State, where we have opportunity to export our product from Benin to outside Nigeria.
The creative industry in Edo State has also grown in leaps and bounds in the last 7 years. Governor Obaseki has continued to support the industry and established the Victor Waifo Creative Hub and Soundstage to serve as a rallying point for creatives to express themselves through film, photography, theatrical productions, among others.
Today, Edo State can be counted among the areas where producers come in to shoot movies for Nollywood.
Governor Obaseki implemented a robust program to grow the state's technology sector by introducing novel initiatives to mainstream technology as a viable sector for economic diversification and youth development.
It was very impressive to see how much is already going on the ground with skills training,
with interview training, you know, not just to find jobs better, but to be able to offer something to the job market. And I think many young people, we had the certificates supported also by Switzerland, you know, for the photography students. This is important skills they will be able to use.
With a keen focus on women empowerment, the First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, organizes the annual Betsy Obaseki Women's Football Tournament. On its second edition, the tournament received an award from the World Football Governing Body, FIFA, as a key championship promoting women's football across the globe. Similarly, the state's darling football club, Bendel Insurance, is regaining its past glory as they clinch the Nigeria FA Cup in the 2022-2023 league season. With increased support from the state government, the team also returned to continental football after 30 years, reigniting a new enthusiasm among fans. All of these achievements are anchored on the transformation of the Edo State civil and public service, as well as the revamped education sector.
The civil service is the NGO of government, and like it is commonly said, the engine, if it's down, the vehicle is down. So what was this reform? First, the working environment has to be renewed. And next was the training of the personnel. Today, they are all better off. This has led to improved services to Edo people.
The governor has been very clear about what he intends to do and has been doing in the civil and public service of Edo State. It is to take the service to a point where the service can function optimally and be able to serve as that instrument of government through which government delivers quality governance.
Under the Edo Basic Education Sector Transformation Edo Best program, public schools in Edo are now globally recognized as being a model for change, as incisive reforms have tackled learning poverty and enhanced foundational literacy and numeracy.
We're able to transform the basic education system of Edo State through our Edo Best program, which today is being hailed as one of Africa's most transformative programs.
So one of the greatest contributing factors to the success of the Edo Best program is the leadership, the political will, and the commitment of His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki. And this is seen when you see a state government that commits its own resources to driving the implementation of basic education in the state, and then goes out on the back of what it's done to attract foreign investment from independent development agencies to ensure that the program is sustained and it's continued during his tenure and even well after when he's gone.
The operating environment is now safer for investors as the government has invested in fortifying the state security architecture. A citywide surveillance system has been set up in Benin Metropolis with a command and control center supported by the Edo State Security Network. Governor Obaseki has also strengthened the healthcare system by revamping primary healthcare and establishing the Edo State Health Insurance Commission. This has spurred private investment in Edo's health sector, such as the Mary Ehanire Mother and Child Hospital, which is boosting medical tourism.
But most importantly, as an Edo woman, I'm so proud. I'm so proud what this has done, and most importantly, to have a governor who's keen and whose interest is to make sure that Edo is great again, to make sure that the Edo people are recognized wherever they go, and we're recognized for excellence. So for me, looking back from 2017 when I came in, there were probably 2 flights and people wondering what I'm doing in Edo, to now, people struggling to come into Edo, there's an improvement.
Indeed, one of the legacy projects of the Governor Obaseki-led administration is the Bini Port project, which the government is developing in partnership with the federal government. Motor Angel has emerged as the preferred bidder for the development of the 300,000 TEU port facility. Edo State under the governor is unarguably Nigeria's new economic frontier. The state now has a thriving local economy that positions it favorably for sustainability and economic expansion to guarantee a secured future. In just 7 years, Edo has been set on a path that has altered its destiny. With all these amazing developments which we can see in Edo at the moment, the reality is that the Edo you see today is like an iceberg. What is visible now is far less than what is to emerge. Let us give honor to whom it is due. Give a standing ovation to the honor-zooming leader, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, who has quietly changed the course of Edo's history for good and forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that we have a good story to tell. Can I request us to be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency, the Alaghadaro Governor, the Progress Governor, His Excellency, Godwin Nogegase Obaseki. As we welcome.
Thank you. Please be seated. Wow. I don't know where to start. But let me acknowledge in this audience the presence of my 3 predecessors in office. As the joke goes, sometimes in the Governor's Forum, I have the immediate past governor of Edo State, Comrade Adam Soshomole. And as we joke, as a former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Gbenedion. And then we say there's a one-time governor of Edo State, Chief John Odige Oyego. Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, my lords, captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to thank all of you for taking time again for the 7th time to join us in the Alaghadaro Summit, the Edo Summit. 7 years ago when we started, the first Alaghadaro Summit was held in a tent. Peace to all of you. 7 years after, I believe that we have been able to tick all the boxes of the things we said we will do. So this afternoon, I'm going to try and spend the next 20 minutes to just briefly talk about the Edo story and how we believe we have started the process of creating shared opportunities which will lead us into the future. But to talk about the Edo story did not begin with me. The Edo story began before me, and I'm sure the Edo story will be told after I leave office. But we must thank God for my predecessors in office who started the process of telling the Edo story. And it's on their backs that today I am resting to try and see what the future is going to be for us. The future is not something we enter. It is something we deliberately create. 7 years ago, we talked about the future in our first Alaghadaro. In fact, this is the 3rd time we're using the word future in our Alaghadaro series.
And the future we saw then, 7 years after, is something we are happy that we started with. We started laying the foundation for a solid future, and then we were clear that the pathway to our future should be streamlined within a framework. And we identified 6 areas that as a government, as a people, we were going to focus on. First was institutional reforms. And in our thinking, like someone said in the documentary, for us, it was first about reforming government, ensuring that government work. Because the bureaucracy, the civil and public service, are the engine of government. Like the engine of a vehicle, if it's faulty, then that vehicle will not go far. So we promised that we were going to automate the processes and workflow of government, of the civil service, that we're going to motivate our public servants. We were going to train them and revamp their working environment. Looking back 7 years, what have we done? We have fully automated our civil and public service. Edo State public service is now paperless. Every document we deal with today needs to be dealt with from our electronic systems. We have scanned and archived over 9 million records. We have, and some of you were with us, built a world-class training center, the John Odige Oyegu Training Center, where to date we've trained over 6,000 public and civil servants, and we've delivered almost 10,000 devices to our workers because that's the only means by which they can work. We're proud to say that our minimum wage in Edo is 40,000 naira, which is the highest to date, but that doesn't mean much. We're looking at ways where we can increase the wages of our workers substantially beyond what it is so that they can be motivated to work. We, as government, the next slide. What has all of this turned to, amounted to? It means that government is now working better, more efficiently, and we're seeing the results in terms of revenue increases. So between 2016 and 2023, the graph you're seeing shows how much we have collected in terms of IGR. Next year, we're anticipating that IGR will be in excess of 70 billion naira. What is the future for our civil service and government institutions? The future we see is that government is going to run, our government is going to run as a smart government, because we will use technology like AI, artificial intelligence, to run government, since we already have the data to do so. You will not be able to do business or interact with us in our state if you do not have a state residency identity. That identity, which is based on the national identity structure, will be the basis for providing goods and services to our citizens, whether it's in vehicle registrations, death and death registrations, whatever it is, will be based on an identity which is layered on technology. We want to ensure that first, that any Edo indigene who has a first-class degree from any university, any recognized university in the world, has an automatic employment in the Edo civil service. We are working hard and reviewing the structure to make sure that, as I said, we improve, and in the future, Edo State Public Service will be one of the highest paid public service in the country. The second pillar we focused on 7 years ago was the economy. How do we create an economic revolution in Edo? And the way we thought about it then and stated was that we were going to attract private sector funding and private sector players into Edo State to focus on areas where we have the competitive and comparative advantages. And these areas, just like the keynote speaker pointed out, were in agriculture, production and manufacturing, and retail, because of the advantage we have of being at the heart of the country. And thank you, Chief Oyegun, for having named Edo State the heartbeat of Nigeria. We said we were going to make government an enabler. Government was not going to be in the business of doing business, of competing with business, rather to stimulate and ignite business opportunities. And like I said, agriculture, manufacturing, production, and retail. And where are we today, 7 years after? In the area of agriculture, you've heard what we've done with cassava and ethanol. You've heard what we've done with oil palm. We have the largest agricultural program on the continent today, with 120,000 hectares of land being made available to the private sector to cultivate oil palm. 70,000 is already spoken for, and the phase 2 will commence first quarter next year. We have worked very hard with partners to open up the retail space in Edo, and hopefully before the end of the year, we'll be launching, I think, a 60 shop mall, the Benin Mall, which will have a whole series of facilities and amenities ranging from nightclubs to gyms to shops to ShopRites, and even it will have a library. What's the future we see? The future we see will be a state where you have organized infrastructure to support the private sector production. You heard what we've done with the Benin Enterprise Park, which is a 1,000-hectare piece of property that's been demarcated, with infrastructure being placed, so that all you need to do is just come in. And within a few days, your CFO will be ready. You already have electricity, you already have water, you already have infrastructure in those parts. We're working on the one for Benin. We've acquired land for one in Edo Central and Edo North. We're hoping that the future is one in which governments will continue to work very, very closely with the private sector to ensure that our policies are continually adjusted and aligned to fit and suit the needs of the economy to drive growth. Lastly, it's all about people. It's all about talent. That's why we're focusing on education. We want to attract the best to help us think through every aspect of our competitiveness. The other area we talked about, which is, for me, the basis of our society, is the social welfare of our people. And 6 years ago, or 7 years ago, when we we started Alaghadaro, we said we were going to focus on education, that we're going to strengthen and improve quality education in Edo State, particularly at the foundational levels. We said we were going to ensure that we deliver public health care to our people. We were specific that we're going to create a minimum of 200,000 jobs in our first term in office, and that we were going to ensure community enrolled from 24,000 students. Today, we have about 384,000 in our Edo Best. What that means is that I can see 384,000 children in school every day. I can tell from the portal whether that teacher is in class or not, whether attendance for that child was recorded, and whether the teacher completed their lesson notes for that day. And what has that done? It has begun to improve the quality of learning outcomes for our kids who have become very, very confident in themselves. We also, haven't seeded with the basic education, with the foundational education. We're now looking at education at the middle level, which is technical and secondary education. And that's where we're placing quite a lot of efforts now to upgrade our technical schools so that we can strengthen our TVET programs in partnership with the private sector. In the area of healthcare, what we first have launched our healthcare improvement program. We now have a health insurance commission and health insurance policies for our workers in the state. We have enrolled more than 200,000 citizens into our health insurance program. And our focus has been on rebuilding health at the base, which is the primary healthcare system. The goal is to make sure that we have at least one primary healthcare center in every political ward. So the target is 192 or 230 primary healthcare centers, all linked with technology. The other focus was on providing the human capacity, the personnel to run our healthcare systems. Because healthcare is about people. And we've rebuilt and reaccredited our School of Nursing, which is easily one of the best in the country today. And as I speak, we're rebuilding our School of Medical Health Technology, which will train the human capacity we require for our basic healthcare system in the state. Please, next slide. In terms of job creation, even if I say so, this is one area I believe we've been very, very successful, thanks to the partnerships we've enjoyed from our partners, particularly GIZ, and the French aid agency and the Swiss aid agency. To date, we've created, and directly or indirectly, over 308,000 there was 308,000 beneficiaries of our Edo job programs, which and the way we have achieved this has been through various programs such as job training, job placements, skill development programs. It just goes on and on. I mean, we've also spread out across the state by creating job centers and information centers where young people can go to seek information about the opportunities available for them. We have focused on 10 key traits where we have brought in a lot of capacity and a lot of resources to train young people. You heard in the documentary what we've done with the production center, and these are all efforts that have been put in place to help young people gain employment in the state. In the area of social welfare, even if I say so, you will agree with me that Edo has become very, very safe. Yes, we have a few pockets of incidents towards our northern border, but we are patrolling and taking all steps that we possibly can to make sure that we curb incidents of insecurity in the state. We have achieved this primarily because of our collaboration with the communities. The Edo State Vigilante Corps, which we introduced a few years ago, has been very, very effective, working in collaboration with the national security agencies. We've also gotten support. Our friend from IHS did not want to elaborate, but we've gotten support in building a command and control center where every incident of crime in Edo State today is recorded. So we know of every crime that has occurred. The housing sector has been revitalized, and we've done this basically by cooperating with the private sector. We've created 36 sporting associations, and we've been amazed as to the interests our citizens have shown in helping us reorganize our sports. I want to thank all of you, particularly our corporate sponsors, who have been part and parcel of helping us reorganize various sporting associations. Many of them are doing very well today. Let me single out, just one of them. In the area of cricket, Edo State is now one of the largest cricketing states in Nigeria, thanks to Uyi Akpata and PwC. We've constructed 4 mini stadia and 18 others to make sure that by the time a child is 15 years, because we have as government the responsibility to keep children in our system from the age of 6 to 15. The first 9 years is termed basic education and is supposed to be free and compulsory. And by the time a child is 15 in Edo, that child must have a vocation or a skill even before going on to other things in life. We hope to produce the most tech talent in Nigeria. We already have a partnership with Decagon, where we have now graduated the 6th cohort, giving us about 700 tech engineers, and I'm hoping that in the next 5 years, Edo should produce at least 10 to 15,000 tech experts in this country. We expect that Edo will be a destination for health tourism, because with what we're doing with the healthcare system, we've cracked the bane of our healthcare system, which is health financing. As we grow the health insurance arrangement schemes, we'll have enough funding to support the healthcare system. Because whether you like it or not, today there are more private providers than public providers. So what we as government have done is to focus on the areas that are not as profitable in the healthcare chain, which is primary healthcare, and then collaborate at the secondary level with the private sector. In terms of jobs, we want to focus on technology again, and so we will be working with investors to set up more tech parks where young people can live, work, and play, and provide solutions to technology. In the area of sports, we see Edo coming back to its glory days of Samuel Ogbamudia, where we will be the location for top African sports talent. And in the area of security, we've already laid the basis. It's only a question of time. In this country, we'll have to implement state policing and local government policing. So the future we see is a state that needs to now plan to have its own police governance arrangement aligned with whatever the federal government is doing. In the area of infrastructure, so much has been said about infrastructure, but the 4 things we are focused on is ensuring that there's a master plan so that there is something to guide future governments when they come in as to what needs to be done in which area. But we want to make sure that we introduce more technology into the design of our infrastructure projects. Electricity, key, we've already started, and we believe that with what we have done to date, the most important being the ability to create our own internal electricity market will see us undertake more generation and distribution initiatives in Edo State. And then construction of internal roads. We, in the area of infrastructure, like I said, the focus is digital infrastructure, and you heard the presentation from IHS, where today we have almost 2,000 kilometers of fiber optics infrastructure cutting across all the 18 local governments in Edo. We want to continue to look for partners. We already have our own Tier 3 data center in Government House. We have an investor that has a Tier 4 data center somewhere in Oriomo. And we're hoping that we can attract more investors to build data centers in Edo. In the area of power, so much has been said, and we want to get the powers to homes. So we now have an electricity commission that now has the authority to establish electricity markets in Edo State. In the area of transport and logistics, we have set up the Edo State Transportation Authority and reversed the thinking, because up till now in Nigeria, you first create the roads before you think about transport. Whereas everywhere else, it's the transport authority that determines and thinks through how you want to move people. It is when you have determined how you want to move people, you want to move your citizens, you want to transport them around before you begin to design and build the roads. So we've been able to crack that in Edo, where we now have a veritable transport authority that will now work with the other bodies to ensure that we have a proper transport design for Edo. It's important for us because Edo is a transport hub, particularly Benin City. Lastly, the master plan. We are leaving behind a 30-year master plan for the transport, for the entire state in terms of infrastructure. What is the future we see? First, we have to expand the transportation network in the state. Edo seem to have been caught off the railway ecosystem. We need to think about how to build our own internal railway systems in the state. We have a huge risk with the transport design in the state today. The state has one transport spine, which is that Benin-Auchi road, and nothing else. No rail, nothing. And when that spine is affected and broken, economic activities in the state are almost paralyzed. So we must, for the future, undertake a whole redesign so that you can link up, have a very intelligent transport network system connecting the states. Power, we are at 1,000 megawatts in Edo today. In 5 years, there's really no reason why we should not be at 10,000 megawatts. The area of environmental sustainability is something we cannot run away from. Particularly with climate change, we are so susceptible. We have become so susceptible, and unless we do and take very drastic and active measures and begin to restore our rainforests, we might begin to suffer major landslides, as we're seeing crisis in terms of erosion control. Well, what we have done is to establish a forestry commission to now begin to focus on reforestation. And we're expecting that we can plow back, because from about 600,000 hectares of forests 50 years ago, 60 years ago, we barely have 130,000 hectares left.
So unless we begin to rapidly regrow our forests, we are going to be very, very susceptible to some of the floodings and situations, and flood situations we're finding ourselves today. So flood control, environmental protection is key for us. And lastly, we must take advantage of the rains we have to beautify our environment. Edo is supposed to be green, but when you look at it from Google Map, it looks like, particularly Benin City, it looks like a desert. So the future we see is to come up with a very well-articulated strategy for net zero to ensure that we manage our transition fuels carefully. We're doing a lot with gas, but we must do more with renewables. So I want to thank our friends who have begun to build, solar parks in Edo State, and assure you that we will cooperate with you and will patronize you. Let me now talk about the last issue, or the last pillar, which is the gem of Edo, our arts and culture. And like our keynote speaker pointed out, those two leads, we can use those two to drive tourism. What we have done, or the way we thought about Edo 7 years ago, is to make Edo the premier destination for cultural and ecotourism, to commercialize our cultural assets, and to develop a market for our culture. What we have achieved to date is that we have a very, very clear master plan on how to develop tourism and our culture, using culture as a driver. We have invested in a creative hub, and we have designed, working with our partners, a whole cultural district. Our emphasis is to support music production, film, fashion, and design. The strategy is, whereas Lagos is the market facing the world, the market that faces the world, Edo will be the back office where a lot of the creation and a lot of the production will occur. We are redesigning Benin City, the center of the city. We are not going to, part of the redesign coming out of the transport master plan, transport studies we've done, is to remove the roundabout in the city center. It never was there. It was always a King Square. But there was a transportation study that was done early in the 70s which introduced that roundabout. But we are removing that, and we are now creating, we're now ensuring that we redirect traffic, and the city center extending to Exotic Street will now be part of a cultural district. That will give us about 13 acres of land in the city center, which we expect to now have the following features. It already has a National Museum. We're hoping we'll have the Benin Royal Museum overlooking the palace. We'll have the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, whose designs are already completed. We'll have the Artisans Hall. I don't have enough time to explain to you that about 400 years ago, there was an Artisans Hall around that same location, which will be recreated. We'll have heritage lodges. We'll have the Oba Kenzwa Cultural Center. Many of you may not know, there is a European cemetery right there so we're behind the old hospital. But we will be moving the cenotaph and having a whole new memorial arcade there. We have also designed, this cultural plan is very, very extensive. There are going to be open amphitheaters, there will be cafes, there will be restaurants, there will be an art hotel, and there will be art markets. What we expect to have is facilities where we can host international art exhibitions. Next year, we are going to be participating in the Art Olympics of the world, which is the Venice Biennale. The Nigerian government is taking a stance, and I am the commissioner for the Biennale. And we're going to be exhibiting 8 Nigerian artists, and that exhibition is going to end here in Benin. I could go on and on and on and on. It's late, and it will be selfish to keep you on. But I am hoping that in the brief fire chat we will have, I'll be able to explain in greater detail 1 or 2 of the projects that we are working on. But just to say in summary that over the last 7 years, we have re-engineered Edo State. We have re-engineered Edo for growth. We are lucky that we took these steps. Where we are in the country today is that we're going to go back to a redesign of the country. There is no magic. With 200 million people yearning for goods and services every day, we do not have the foreign exchange earnings to support the level of imports that we've seen over the years. So unfortunately, we will have to pay the price because not being able to hold back the values of our local currency. But the key mitigant to this will be anybody, any community, any state that is able to encourage production. The good news is that 70% of the foreign exchange we spend today importing materials into Nigeria, 70% of what we import, we can make in Edo State. So if government is redesigned to work with the private sector to have more production going on here, then we will reduce the pressure on foreign exchange. Whether it's in educational services, there's no reason why we're spending $2 to $3 billion a year paying school fees abroad. There's no reason. Comrade and I, 7, 8, 9 years ago, decided to set up a university, endow a university, and see how we can get the private sector to work with us so that you could build an excellent university. If we had things like that affiliated to schools in Europe and America, parents will not need to send children out there. There's no reason why we spend $2 billion a year or $2 to $3 billion a year paying healthcare bills. There's no reason why we're spending $500 million a year importing milk and milk-based products. So we just need, as a state and as a country, to focus on production. And the key to ensuring that we produce to the extent we need to is first just training our people to, ensuring that the educational system is right, that people have the skills, because the raw materials already exist, and the energy sources already exist. It is not rocket science. The last 7 years has shown that it is possible, and as we look into the future, I know that with what God has given us, we will make this country great again. Thank you.
A resounding applause. Appreciation in droves and more droves for our digital governor, a man of vision and tenacity to follow the vision through to fruition. Please, you may be seated. He's being joined right now by Mr. Nana Ude, who will be conversing with him in tow with the award-winning television presenter and producer at Channels TV Maokwe, and they will be having frank talk with our governor, a little bit of hard copy, and some sunrise right here in Edo State. They are now on stage. Please welcome them with rounds of applause.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure to have you as our special guest at the very first Insight session in Alaghadaro. I've been part of the Alaghadaro process since 2018, and when I was coming this time, I said that it's time for me to take an Edo name. And thanks to my sister and the executive secretary of Alaghadaro, Ifweko, she gave me one, Osadolo. I don't know what it means, but I know she means well. Like I said, I wasn't at the first Alaghadaro in 2017, but I've taken time to watch the videos, I've read the reports, and you could see a clear roadmap for Edo's future, which has been sustained through the subsequent summits. And Your Excellency, we want to once again commend you for the agility of your imagination in initiating this summit, and also to commend the tenacity of purpose of Edo people in sustaining this summit over these past years. I'm happy to be co-moderating this session with my sister, who is not only a darling of the screen, but also an Edo daughter-in-law. So, Mawe, greet your in-laws.
Well, if that's a challenge, it's well taken. Please permit me to stand up and greet. Iwe Dome, Uzomo, Tuwaya, Akuyo, Wabe Wawu. And I have to salute those from Afemai, where I'm truly married to. Afema Arwe Wako, Iwokesa Wado. What they plan is that Edo should rival Lagos. So mom is the word in that direction. But truly I'm happy to be here, having grown up in neighboring Delta State, married an Edo man, and employed by the business of an Edo man in Lagos State. And truly Edo has all it takes to achieve its dream of becoming one of the top 3 in terms of GDP by the year 2050. Our business this afternoon is to ask you, how far with the actualization of this dream? What are the challenges and opportunities in its way? So, Osadolo. And I think your name means God has done it. Let's get to it.
All right. Your Excellency, you are going into your last year as governor. You came into office not as a politician, but as an investment. For us to give you a few minutes to reflect on your tenure and to walk us through your journey of reforms, take us into the mind of a reformer.
That all of us in this room and out of this room are always concerned that we're not optimizing our potentials. And for those of us who've gone into politics, when we are canvassing for power, what we normally say is, yes, identify the challenges and make the promises that when we get into office, we'll use the opportunity of the office to reverse the situation of this country, that we found ourselves as a country and as a people. So for any, reformer, for any leader, you want to, once you make that commitment and you have the privilege and opportunity of having power, your nights, what should keep you awake at night will be envision how to make this move your people from where they are to where you expect them to be. And fortunately, in Nigeria, the issues are not too complex. It's one of a leader being very clear as to what the purpose is. So always ask yourself the question, what's the purpose? What do I want to achieve? For us, when I came into office in Edo, the issue was, why was there so much poverty? Why did we have only one flight coming into the state? Why were they describing and have accepted that Edo is a civil service state? You can't. It doesn't make sense. I mean, you can't have a civil service state because the civil service exists for a purpose. It's to help the citizens be productive. So as I sat back to reflect, I just thought, wow, okay, there are certain things that needed to be done. First is to get those who the Constitution have given the responsibility to help and the responsibility and the authority to help move things forward. And these are basically the political class, the fellow politicians, and the civil servants. Once you get the engine of government right, you can make the right policies, then people will just do what they need to know how to do best. And that's what we've done over the last 7 years. Just giving more, using the instruments of government to enable the citizens undertake their economic activities and their social activities in a manner that is a lot more rewarding and a lot more efficient.
If I may follow up on that, Your Excellency, which of your reforms was the most difficult to implement? And why do you consider it so?
I think the most difficult was the reform of the educational sector. First, it was the first reform, first major push. You don't forget, or you may not know this, that over time, there became a very incestuous relationship between elections and primary education. I think it was from FEDECO, where teachers were used as returning officers and electoral officers. After that period, you found out that politicians then took an interest on who the teacher was. Not just because you wanted that teacher to teach better, but because we expected that the teacher will assist in an election. And so over time, all sorts of people were being hired as teachers because people wanted to have enough control of that process. And unwittingly, the quality of people who got into the teaching service just got poorer and poorer. So the bane of our education system, particularly the basic education system, was you had a crop of people who they were not trained, they were not properly screened and qualified to be in the classrooms. And that's, you see, in many states in the country today. And we were not different. So getting rid of, or getting them to begin to work differently was now the challenge. And what we did, which was, I guess, looking back today was dangerous politically, but I guess God was with us, was I removed everybody, I posted everybody out of SUBEB. Posted everybody out of SUBEB. And got, Dr. Joan Oviawe to now go into that agency and started recruiting afresh. But I must be precision to the unions. You'd have expected that they would have reacted vigorously, but they didn't. They just watched us, and the rest is a story for another day. So the reform of the education system was the most difficult. We still have challenges. It's not over, but I guess we've made significant progress.
And we've been told that oftentimes the investments in education are the ones that take the longest to show. they're usually 30-year investments. I imagine that, you would want some of it to be immediate, because if you're also creating jobs, you want the jobs to be for the citizens of Edo State, the residents of Edo State, the children of Edo State. I think that takes me to the next question, which is about youth. Edo State has a huge youth opportunity. It's an opportunity, a huge youth population. And before now, the narrative around it used to be quite negative. The former governor made reference to exports to Italy. That was the narrative around youths in Edo State. And also illegal migration. That's beginning to change, thankfully. But it also means that you now have those energies concentrated here. How quickly are you able to put those energies to productive use in such a way that it begins to show in the dreams that you have for Edo State?
I think what we've done is a series of things, a series of activities and actions and programs. First, don't forget we had no choice. It was a crisis. It was almost an epidemic. 2016 was the height where you had, at one point, almost 30,000 Edo young men and women in Libya trying to cross into Europe. At 30,000, you can imagine how many would have died on the way. And so for us, that was the alarm bell. But I guess, when we did the root cause study, we then found out it was largely, first, a breakdown of the educational system. These guys were going through school, but they were not learning. Secondly, like I said, it was like a civil service state. Private investments were not encouraged, and so everybody just relied on government to provide sustenance. And how much was coming out of government? So we had to think through a series of actions. First, how do you get back these kids who are out there? And when you bring them back, how do you give them hope? So, two decisions. First, let's draw a line and make sure we stop producing people who we've got sent through school that have not learned. That's why the education reform. And then those who have come back or we've brought back, how do we reintegrate them? How do we give them a sense of belonging and give them something to do? It means you have to begin to also expand the private sector, because government alone could not absorb all of them. And so the combination of these activities, first creating the enabling business environment, making the public services to work, because one of the first things we did, for instance, was do a GIS mapping so that we had this geospatial data to ensure that we began to give land titles very quickly and easily. So one of the things you see today is quite a bit of capital has come into people's hands, because you have your CFO and you can walk across the counter of a bank or whatever financial institution with some collateral to raise money to do your business, and a lot of other incentives. Take power, electricity. One of the big problems with small businesses is power. So what we've done with Osiomo, first with Azura, then with Osiomo, people are able to now, undertake some production and not having to rely on government for everything. So it's a combination of first bringing these kids back, accepting them, retraining them, giving them skills, giving them, life skills, how to manage themselves, how to manage their businesses, how to relate to people in society. It was just like getting them to learn all over again what they should have learned growing up.
Would you really say that I did say that the narrative is changing, but would you say that the message is sinking in, that youth can be so much more in Edo State? They do not have to travel. I mean, travel should be a second option, but would you say that that message is really beginning to sink in?
I think it is sinking in, because if I compare the number of the young men and women I used to see on the streets just hustling, doing all sorts. 7 years ago, 8 years ago, to the numbers I see today, it's gone down drastically. What am I seeing them do? I'm seeing them set up, you heard Isimeme White and the Genius Hub. You have several of such, NGOs, CSOs that have come up providing support for them. We have 7 job centers across the states and many information centers. We're seeing a lot of them wake up in the morning and go into those centers to say they want to work. And we also seeing the paradigm change. You're seeing young people who are in productive business or who are in the service business or the IT business beginning to make money. So we're now beginning to see new role models, young entrepreneurs who are now providing that leadership and that, mentoring.
And they are not Yahoo boys.
Well, you'll find those who are into the Yahoo business. It's all part. It's a reality. But the bulk of them, I guess, are also looking at opportunities to do things. The number of young people who are into fashion, who are into design, who are, into, manufacturing, particularly in the food-related areas, have grown significantly.
A central piece of your education reforms, Excellency, is Edo Best. I'm sure you are contending with issues of sustainability and scalability. Primarily, basic education is supposed to be within the domain of local government areas. So how are you working to ensure that the local government areas key into the Edo Best initiative in order to ensure that scalability and sustainability is achieved?
The next level of reform is now at the local government levels. You heard that we've extended fiber optics to the local governments. That means that the local governments also will be computerized. We'll get a lot more data, a lot more efficiency from the way local governments work. Today, the local governments, under the arrangement, actually fund or pay the salaries of the teachers. And what we've done since the era of Governor Shomale is to make sure that their salaries are first-line charge. So once, and that's why, maybe that's what happens in some states. That's why they accuse state government of taking local government. No, it's not so. It's like when local governments come in, the first responsibility is to pay teacher salary. So that goes before you do anything. It's when you've finished paying the salaries of teachers, then you can now use the rest to do whatever else constitutionally you're supposed to. So what has happened is that they've always paid the salaries of teachers, but they've never really had the governance of the structure. They've never really, been responsible for ensuring that what they are paying for, they get value for what they are paying for. So that's the next phase, and that's part of the reforms within the Edo Best structure.
We are seeing the emergence of an entrepreneurial state, which is remodeling and redefining economic theory, wherein governments are not just enablers for business, but actually dynamizing business investments and even creating markets. You are doing it through the joint ventures you have with private sector. Thinking about the civil service reforms, how is it preparing the bureaucrats to imbibe or adopt an entrepreneurial state of mind in order to engage with the private sector?
I think the first thing is to even understand what is going on within the bureaucracy. Over the years, one of the biggest challenges of bureaucracy is you don't know what is going on there. So the file is always missing, right? Because you can see. Today, what we have done to prepare the public service for an entrepreneurial state is to move them to a digital platform. So there's a lot more transparency. You can see through what is going on. I can trace a letter or a document from the time it gets into the system to when the issues have been dealt with in the system. I can do that just by opening up my computer. When was this mail received? When was this sent to this officer? When did this officer respond? What actions were taken? And how was it disposed of? And all of that trail can be done in a couple of days, not months. So with that speed of decision making, the public servant has no choice. You can't just be idle because there's a system that will ask how you have fared and how you have dealt with matters that have been assigned to you.
Oftentimes, the fear around digitization is that people will lose their jobs. Things will be done faster. There will be no need for clerks, etc. And usually they're the low-level officers within the civil service. Did that affect the workforce when you were digitizing?
No.
Not in any way?
There are more things to be done. We actually need more people. So it's not, you actually...
So you're going to be employed?
Of course we're employing. Yeah, we've employed about 6,000 to date. You see, growing the service, you need to still provide a lot. There are so many services we currently are not providing because you don't have the people. So digitizing does not mean, shrinking the system. It just makes it a lot more efficient and gives the opportunity to do more of those things you haven't done.
That's very good. Well, oftentimes, I spend a huge time asking political questions. That's what I do most times. Sometimes too, they border on the economy, and I think that they're very closely related. It's a remarkable feat that you have all the former governors in Edo State here today at Alaghadaro.
Because Edo is one.
So I'm wondering, how has this been achieved?
You have to understand the Edo psyche. First, we are very aspirational and proud people, very proud of who we are in our cultures. And even though it's not obvious, but we will not do anything to destroy ourselves. We're very supportive of each other, rightly. Yes, we will belong to different political parties, but underneath it all, we understand that we, as a people, as a state, we'll sit down, we reflect, we look at the country, and we say, okay, what are our best options? And it's usually not as it's perceived outside. The country always misreads what happens in Edo.
Well, it's been quite turbulent, you must admit. It's not been smooth sailing. So I'm wondering whether it's going to be smooth sailing as we look ahead, as you wrap up, and what word would you be leaving for your successor? Would you be taking wholeheartedly the advice that former Governor Lucky Igbenedion gave?
Definitely. I think it's about building a self-sustaining system. The moment you have to be there to direct things, then you can't guarantee outcomes. Let the system run. Mistakes, the system will make its own mistakes, but if the fundamentals are right, it will be self-correcting.
$4 billion worth of investment into the state. How did you do it? What did you say to them, Your Excellency?
I just showed them the opportunities. And you haven't seen anything yet. Because this is not even talking about mining. We're talking about agro and agro-based and some infrastructure-based investments. We have not scratched the opportunities yet. There's so much else that can happen. We have a group of investors, Asian investors in this city. And all they come with are their machines. All the raw material is here. So the amount of trucks that come into this city every night, just bringing in raw materials, whether it be scrap metal, whether it be silicate, whether it be, raw wood, to just process. And the amount of trucks waiting to move out products into the markets. You've seen, if you've gone through the exhibition stand, you'll see, quite a few of them. So the opportunities exist, and that's what we keep missing. 200 million people is a huge market. And just satisfying that market alone makes all the difference. The richest man in Africa today just produces cement for 200 million people. So whatever you do, as long as you're producing efficiently and you can compete with imports, you'll make money.
Well, Edo State is not an island. I mean, it's in Nigeria. It's one of the 36 states of Nigeria. You've spoken about what you're doing around security, and yes, you've said that a lot of the security challenges are on the down low. You have also shared what it is that you're doing in terms of having a center where you can see what is happening with regards to security. If something happens, you're able to see it very quickly. But it didn't quite address whether you're able to respond to it very quickly. So when you talk about response mechanism, because where you are asking, or where wealth is being built, bad people will want to also look there as well. So how are you assuring investors, young entrepreneurs, that when you're building your wealth, we will also be looking out for your security, not just in terms of monitoring what is happening and seeing it quickly, but responding very effectively to it with police and also our justice system?
Yes, you're right. We don't operate in isolation of the entire system. The key success in security in Edo State has been collaboration. Collaboration between the local policing system and the federal security agencies. Last week, I passed out a batch of 1,500 vigilantes. They were trained in the police. The chief of army staff, when we went, cried out when we had this spate of kidnapping on the Benin-Auchi road, worked with us, gave us approvals, and we've done the same thing in Sobe. So that collaboration, there's a very active collaboration between the security agencies and the government. So they provide that backup. Yesterday, I had to go and flag off Operation Stillwaters 3 for this Yuletide season, and the Army for Military Formation went out and took took out location in our new Coral City, from where, just to send the signals and clean up, clean up the what's it called? They're not militants, but some of the rascals in that area.
Well,
in terms of internal security, I mean, that security on the highway, security around, which borders around neighboring states, internal security, local response systems, are you working on that as well?
Oh yes, that works. I mean, there's the network we have in Edo, whether it's, with neighborhoods, market, there was a traditional security system here before the coming of the white man. And so even the traditional authorities have a security structure built in. It was just, for us, we just needed to activate and, link that structure with the state structure and the state system.
So it up for Q&A, but before we invite the audience to ask you questions, I would like for you to maybe ask the audience one or two questions, because this is the conversation.
Well, I think for me, my term ends about the same time next year, right? I think on Saturday, November 11th, same time next year, I'll be handing over. You've heard what we've accomplished. You've heard our dreams for the future. What type of person do you think should take over from me in managing? What should be the qualities? What should be the qualities and the key characteristics, seeing where we are, seeing where we are going, should the person have?
Okay. All right.
Jump question.
Sam.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for all the ideas you've espoused, and I think the question you've asked is as important as it is as timely. Through the years, you've shown unparalleled leadership. You've shown an unprecedented quality of thought. You've shown an unmatched ability to carry people along. And going forward, we will require a gentleman and that person would have to espouse the same qualities you've shown. He has to be someone who is committed to the growth of Edo State, someone who is competent enough to build on the foundation you've laid, someone who has the composure of a leader, someone who has the intelligence to innovate and invent, just like you've done. And there's no doubt that we are ready and committed to follow in your footsteps to make sure that there is sustainability and there's continuity in leadership. And we are looking up to everyone in Edo State to join hands with you as we find that individual and make sure he continues on where you've stopped. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. This is a perfect segue to the Q&A. Do we have... Okay, Your Excellency wants the woman to also give an answer. A woman an answer to his... Okay, there is one hand there. Oh, sorry, there's... Okay, you're a commissioner, right? No, we want someone behind. Okay, there's a woman there. There's a hand there. Oh, so sorry, we've already called her.
I think I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
What we want somebody, not a gentleman. I don't agree. At this point, we want somebody a little more dogged, and the work of governance is really hectic. And we want somebody dogged, intelligent, consistent, and has passion for Edo State, and can continue with what our governor has done.
Thank you very much. Okay, okay, there's another woman there behind.
The women have it.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, over where?
Down there.
Please, may she stand?
Stand, please. Please, can you stand? Yes,
it's
thank
a man.
You. No, it's a man.
Alas.
Uh-oh. No. We want a woman.
Over on my left, sir.
Where?
My extreme left.
Yes, please go there. Please go there.
Oh, okay, there was one. She's already standing here.
All right.
Yes, sir.
We keep hearing he. I think what a man can do, a woman can do just as good.
Women have it.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Q&A. Do we have any questions from the audience? Not an answer
quickly,
to the...
Nana,
sorry.
Just quickly. Okay. Your Excellency, are you recommending anyone? Are you going to be recommending anyone to the people of Edo State?
Joyce.
Sir.
There's someone there. I hope you are asking a question, right?
Please, there's a woman standing here.
No. Is it a question or the answer to... Is it a question?
She was responding. Here we go.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Sir, your name and very straight to your question.
I would like to say good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to our elders. All right, let me go straight. Firstly, I would like to, my name is Prince Cole. Yes, I'm a pharmacist and I'm also a music artist. I make music in Edo language and English. So
yeah,
my
please,
question.
your question, please.
Yes. So, Mr. Governor, you spoke about the vigilante that has been established, our own local security organization and system. But I have an observation. You know, it is difficult to actually criticize you because you have done so well in a lot of sectors. But I will ask the question.
Yeah.
Amongst the people we've had concerns, there are a lot of Edo youths who came into the vigilante system. They have firearms. They've done well, but we are concerned about their welfare. How are they surviving? Are these people who are enlisted under salary? That's the first question. No. The second one, I'm coming, please, let me ask all at once. The second one, the people actually are very concerned about the things that directly affect them. I understand all you've done about digitalization, revamping the civil service and all, and I appreciate it. You've done very well. You've left a legacy for us. But you see, when it comes to the roads within Benin City, the ones that we commune with, I've seen that time after time, if the current engineering companies you use are not reliable, I would say that you get better hands. That will do roads that will be solid so that Edo people can stop saying the governor is not doing our roads because you have been doing it. Now the last one.
Sorry, please. No, please. Let's take one question from a woman, please. No. A woman, please. Joyce, can you please pass on the microphone to a woman?
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. If you're a woman, who? Okay.
Over there.
Over
extreme
here.
left.
Over here, yes.
There are two women.
Two, okay. Let two women ask.
Yes, thank you, sir.
But one question, please.
Thank you.
Your Excellency, sir, you have been talking about 7 years, since 7 years. The old captains in Edo State, they know that you have been on the ground before the 7 years. And we want to ask you, sir, for the past 7 years plus, have you been able to groom those who work with you as apprentices or those who support you in your vision? Because there are some that we tag as angels of Obaseki. Your body language speaks a volume to them, just as your predecessor in office also, you understood your predecessor in office. Can you now vouch that you have those that are very, very key to your development?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The last question.
Finally?
Where?
She's here.
Okay, here. All right. Okay. No, that's the last one.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Your Excellency, sir. I would like to ride on the last question on road infrastructure. And my question will really be around the drainage system within the state. Because the sustainability of your road infrastructure is literally tied to the existence of effective drainage. So is there a plan, is there a master plan, even if it's a phased one, that maybe your administration is developing and implementing and hopefully could be carried on by the next administration? It would be very helpful to know, so we know what the future looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Let me break down questions into the various categories. First, roads and infrastructure. There are Three things I want us to note about roads. First, the last point she made, which is the last time we had a master plan in this city and in this state, was a while ago. So without a master plan, it's been difficult to build the requisite infrastructure that will last, particularly roads. I remember growing up in this town, and General Obomodia embarked on a massive drainage program. But that was tied to a master plan. Governor Shomole also undertook a study that led to a drainage arrangement. So what we're doing now is working on a full 30-year master plan, an infrastructure master plan on how to build roads, on how to drain our cities, both at the urban level and also the regional level. The second is, which ties to master planning, is development control. Because you find out that even when you have drainages in many places or natural drainage paths, people go and build and block them, which now creates flooding issues. The third is, people don't realize that in the last 7 years, we have built almost 1,500 kilometers of road, and most of them are still intact because they are all arterial roads. The roads that give us a problem are unfortunately, the federal roads. Don't forget that Benin City alone, you have almost 300 kilometers of federal road inside the city. When you get to Oluku Junction, from Oluku Junction to Yaro, it's a federal road. The only one that's a state is the one I built at Haikwe. From Akpakpava, Central Bank, to the bypass, Auchi bypass, Agbo bypass, they're all federal roads. You see how long they are. Sapele Road, from the beginning down, it's... So all the main roads, arterial roads that take out traffic are outside the control of the state government. They've refused to hand them over. They've refused to allow it. It didn't start today. Under Governor Shomole, we had a big fight with federal government on Ugbowa Road. So this is, so when it comes to, I'm not saying that it removes the fact that, okay, there's still more roads to be built, and we need to look at the issues with climate change, because it's still rain, we still had rainfall yesterday, right? Which gives you only about 4 months of dry season to even work on your roads. But those are challenges that can be overcome by the different technologies you use to build your roads. But so we have, because of our location, we have a real problem with the national road networks. And I think we must continue to push that those roads are handed over to the state. The issue of vigilantes, we're being careful that the state does not take over that structure. You find neighborhoods where the residents come together. They don't have, no house has its brigade. They pull together their, brigades and have one single security arrangement, right, for the neighborhood. Those people who have now registered as vigilantes are paid by those people who have hired them. Our responsibility as state is to profile them, train them, ensure what type of arms they hold, and so that we can understand what is going on in whichever areas they are supposed to be provided security for. So it's a continuous process. Like I said, we estimate that we have about 15,000 of such people, and within a 6-month period, we expect to have trained all of them. As we train them, we profile them, and we get their data. That's grooming successors. I believe in the last 7 years, this event was put together by, a team of people who've worked with me in the last 7 years. I walked into this room like every invitee here. So people who could organize things like this, I'm just taking Alaghadaro as an example. Most of the successes and most of the things we've done in the state is just, you ascribe it to the leader. But the leader does not do it himself. He has people he's worked with. I guess what has happened is maybe the leadership style that allows these people to express themselves to their fullest. Good thing we don't lack good people in government. We don't lack, you can produce 20, 50 Godwin Obasekis overnight here, from what I've seen. They're there. It's just allowing them, giving them vent to operate the way they want to.
Unfortunately, we are prisoners of time. And we have to end this session. But before we close, I would like to ask Your Excellency to tell us what he would like to see as his most important legacy when his tenure comes to an end in November next year. And what do you fear the most that can derail the trajectory of progress in Edo State when you are no longer in office as governor?
Sorry, can you repeat the questions again?
What will you like to see as your most important legacy when your tenure comes to an end in November next year? And what do you fear the most that can derail the trajectory of progress in Edo State when you are no longer in office?
For me, government is about people. The reason why we're here is because of you. And that's why we have emphasized education and building the human capacity and creating an orderly society. I believe that we have made our modest contributions, particularly emphasizing foundational learning. And now we're emphasizing skills development. And I just pray that the system continues to be resilient so that we can continue to move in that direction. Because if we continue to produce or get very qualitatively, high quality, people who we continue to offer high quality training and education over a generation, we will get back and even exceed what we used to be. I honestly, I don't see the threat to Edo is not internal. The threat to Edo is external. Well, don't forget that we're very resilient people. We've been here for centuries and built our own internal systems. And we can survive, and we've survived. Problem we've always had is external influences and interferences. So our biggest threat is Nigeria. Nigeria must work for Edo to continue to do well.
And we believe it's a fine place to leave it. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our engagement with the Governor of Edo State. But I believe that a challenge has now been thrown to us. He shared a dream with us and ran his race, giving an account of the last 7 years. If Edo State is going to make it as one of the top 3 states by GDP in Nigeria by the year 2050, I think it's in the hands of Edo people. It's in the hands of the citizens of Edo State and all of us who are affiliated with Edo State. Will we nurture the dream or will we let it die? On this note, I say, Uwe Dome, Waweseo.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give a wonderful applause to this wonderful team? May I invite, as always, past governors of Edo to please join in the group photograph. Please, we're bothering you for too long, but today, let's maximize your usage. Thank you. Our forefathers and predecessors in office, they've done exceedingly very well in their own rights. And so, pictures don't lie. Pictures don't lie. Just to let you know that after this, we'll appreciate those on the board of Alaghadaro, and after which the comrade governor will make some remarks. The vote of thanks will be done, and the closing formalities will be observed. It's been a very wonderful time, and we'd like to thank you for your patience and your cooperation. And so, we'll, after the pictures, allow the excellencies to take their seats. And then, okay, the former governors alone. The former governors alone. Thank you, Markbe. Thank you, Nana. Thank you, Sadalo. Thank you, Yusuf, Mrs. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for this great man? Successive handing over among each of them. Thank you very much. The excellencies will now resume their seats. Can we have the podium, please? Can we have the podium before I invite comrade? Let's have the podium back to stage here, please. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, yes. Young men, please help us with the podium back here. Thank you. Cameraman, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this summit, this document was given to you. The first ever speech by Mr. Governor in 2017. It was held on the 10th day of November 2017, and that was where the name came from. The theme of that was Alaghadaro, progress. And this document is available for everybody. All Mr. Governor promised, he has kept 100%. The document speaks for itself. Today, the West African Examination Council have released results for WAEC for 2023, and Edo came third. I'd like at this point to appreciate the team that has done this consecutively for 7 years, and after which the comrade governor will be coming on the stage. Dr. Alaghadaro, the chairman, Sterling Bank PLC, and co-founder Bawo Alaghadaro. Can we give them applause, please? Please rise. Face your people, let them appreciate you. That's the chairman, and other members of the board include Osarodion Oge Esquire. Can you please applaud him? Secretary to the Government of Edo State, Oluwole Yamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Attorney General Commissioner for Justice. Please applaud him. Mr. Emmanuel Ikazobo, former Chairman, EcoBank. Please applaud him. Great sons and daughters of Edo. Dr. Anthony Osal Sokungbawa Esquire, the Digital Head of Service, Edo State. Mrs. Sophia Izuma Onyekpa, Principal Partner, Islaw Solicitors. Please applaud. Mrs. Owen Omogiafo, President and Group CEO, Transcorp PLC. Please applaud. Ms. Osayi Alile, CEO, Aspire Coronation Trust Foundation. Please applaud. Mrs. Onoise Onagino, Chief Operating Officer, AfriVest. Please applaud. And of course, the life wire of the board, the secretary of the board. And it is a woman, in whom we are pleased with. Ifueko Alufoha, aka Mama. God bless you. She's the Executive Secretary, Alaghadaro Economic Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to invite the Comrade Governor, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Adams Aliu Oshomole, who represents Edo North Senatorial District in the National Assembly. He's used to dancing before talking. Can you give him a round of applause?
Your Excellency, my brother and my friend, the Governor Godwin Nogegase Obakno, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, who is also a banker in her own right. I don't know where to start, but I see the man we can call the father, yes? Because like the governor said, you gave us the name, the heartbeat of the nation. Chief John Odige Oyegu. I have succeeded him twice. First as a governor, and later as a chairman of my own party, or our own. Chief Lucky Igbenedion. In Edo, we've had them in small packages. You will allow me to acknowledge the speaker so that he might continue to speak. And of course, the secretary to Edo State government, the chief judge, to me, to what? I listened very attentively, even as I came late. I didn't have the benefit of what my predecessors said before I came in. But I'm just happy that with all the challenges in Nigeria, I have always said that Nigeria is much more than those challenges, and you have just shared with us your stewardship and your vision. The only thing I will say, which may not excite too many people, but it's a reality, is that once you have acknowledged that your successors come from various political parties, even as we are united under one shared conviction, who at grade level 14, God used me to promote him to a permanent secretary or a director. The Ministry of Justice, who takes his brief so seriously as if it was private brief.
Former Governor, Edo State, distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole. Please applaud him once again. Thank you, sir. To offer the vote of thanks today and closing remarks, it's my privilege to welcome the man who we all know as the person who has his doors open almost 24 hours, if I dare say, for complaints, for questions, for insights. Please receive the Secretary to the Edo State Government, Mr. Welcome, sir.
Of Edo and Delta, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At our review session yesterday, our chairman told me I was going to give 5 minutes remarks. I said, no, Mr. Chairman, I don't need 5 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I said, by the time they come in, everything that is needed to be heard would have been spoken. And I think I'm right. We've not been able to finish everything we promised. And we still have time. And subsequent governments have a lot to do. Like I tell people, we came to Edo. Edo was a jungle. Yes. But our predecessors, especially Comrade. Comrade was like a bulldozer. He took us, his foot soldiers, went into the forest. We cleared the forest. The present governor was one of us. When Comrade started repeating, those were the reforms you heard about. The reforms in the education sector, the reforms in the public sector and the civil service sector, the reforms in IGRO. But the work is not completed yet. We expect that by this time next year, we would have taken these reforms further. And we expect that the incoming government will further deepen these reforms so that truly Edo State will be a prosperous state. I want to thank you again for the trust you had in us. And I want to promise you again that we have not failed you so far and we will not fail you. Thank you very much.
Edo anthem, bettered by our First Lady, Her Excellency Betsy Obaseki. Your right hand goes first. The national anthem will be led by the LSS Chorale. And we'll take it in full. We have a good story to tell. Just one stanza. The ancient scenic is calling. Oh, arise, sons and daughters of the land. The king of the city is marching. Stand up high to the bride of the land. The found is now the glory of the new Edo nation will forever be a bride. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. Beautiful Edo, glorious Edo, you're the heartbeat of Nigeria. Beautiful stars are singing over you. You're the land people dream to be. And that applause be sustained for the progressive governor. Somebody shout, Alaghadaro!
Alaghadaro!
The group photograph is now. The Excellencies, the board, the LOC, and other top government functionaries and captains of industries will be taking pictures upstage. Can we please relocate this podium? Cameraman. music. Let's we'll invite His Excellency the Governor and all past governors, the Deputy Governors, Edo and Delta, so please come up stage for group photograph now, please. Just leave the music at this level so we can hear ourselves. After the photograph, we'll continue the music. His Excellency Governor Godwin Obaseki, His Excellency Chief John Odigi Oyegu, His Excellency Chief Lucky Nosakare Ikpenedio, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Comrade Adams Oshomole, His Excellency the Right Honorable Comrade Philip Shaibo, His Excellency Samonde Oyeme, to please come upstage. Please clear the way for the past governors to please come. After the governors and their deputies, His Excellency Chief Mike Ogiadume. And after this, we shall be inviting the Speaker to join, the Chief Judge, the Head of Service, Secretary to Government, Chief of Staff, and the Chairman Civil Service Commission. Please, let's use the stage up. Please help the Excellencies up. Thank you. Damosa.